morning to everybody. I'm happy to welcome you to our online workshop, Strength in Numbers, Network to Innovate. I'm your moderator today, Rain Kuldjärv, but before I introduce myself, I will give a few words to our co-organizers here. We have in studio today also Annika and Konstantin. Annika you already met. She was the main contact person for you, and Konstantin also is one of the main organizers here. Konstantin, maybe a few words.
Yeah, good morning everyone. From the behalf of National Rural Network Estonia, I warmly welcome you to the current workshop. Yes, as Ryan already mentioned, my name is Konstantin Mihheev, and here beside me Annika Su, my colleague. Two other colleagues are inside the studio, which is situated in a small rural city, Canada, near Tallinn. It's around 70 kilometers away. So what I like to say, I hope that current workshop will meet your expectation, and I'd like to stress out that please be very active, because it's first of all it's networking kind event. So preferably you can please use your micros. But do not forget that you can use also the chat options. So the word's back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Konstantin. And as Konstantin already started, and our main topic, as you see, strength in numbers. So it's very important that today we have a lot of discussion. So I really encourage you to have discussion. But before we start with the official program, as I mentioned, I will tell you a few words about myself. My name is easy to remember, it's Rain, and I'm usually, although you should say in Estonian Rain, but I'm pretty lazy with that, and I always, it's okay to use Rain. For example, it's easy to remember, and in US it was joke about my name, because when I was studying in US for half a year, and before I started to leave, it was a common joke to ask, so Rain, after you there will be snow coming. So it was quite common to use my name as a Rain, as a weather thing. Unfortunately, we can't meet live today. It will be really nice to network in live event, I hope in near future. And then, of course, you already know me. It's, as I mentioned, easy to remember my name. Come make maybe a funny joke about my name, it's okay. It's always nice to break an ice before you start the conversation, and during the coffee breaks, it's always very nice. But to move on, so some points today. We will have discussion, we will have presentations. Presentations are pre-recorded just to make that everything goes smoothly. But during the presentation, if you have already a good question coming up in your head, please, you can always write it in a chat. We are constantly checking the chat window. Annika will help me if I miss some important question. And but it would be very nice if you can keep your question, and you can later, after the presentation, all the free presentation, you can raise the hand, and we will give the word to you in Zoom, and you can ask it directly. And we hopefully we have all the presenters ready to answer those questions in a Zoom meeting. So please use the raise hand function also in Zoom. And as I promised for introduction, a few words about myself. I'm a food technologist. I'm doing my PhD study in fermentation field, quite a long time already, but my main topic in my PhD study is cider. And I work every day in a food and fermentation center. And I work with cider, with fermented vegetables, so quite an interesting topic. I also teach in Tallinn Technical University. We are doing brewing classes, and also I work a lot in sensory field. So sensory research is something that I do every day. It's quite a hard task, of course. You have to be always in best form with your senses. And I think that's quite an overview what I do every day. And a few notes more. We are today we have a partner, Ion Media, who is doing a live drawing. So during each presentation, there is actually drawing going on. And in the end, we will have a very nice art or painting. And it will be from each presentation. So in total, there will be 12 small drawings. And together we will get like a nice painting. So after each session, depending on the time, end of the session or start of the new one, we will check the drawing and see how it's going. And you will see a very short clip of drawing after each session. So I think that's it for the beginning. And we can start with our first presentation. I would like to give the floor, or actually the screen, to Willemine Brinkman. Yes. And from Netherlands Enterprise Agency.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this invitation to share some of our experiences in networking for innovation, which we developed in the EIP Agri service point. And if you have any questions, I think there will be time after the presentations, and feel free to note them. You can also, I think, probably add them in the chat. So the EIP Agri Service Point was implemented by a consortium of 7 partners, mostly public service organizations, and it was led by the Flemish Land Agency. And we worked as a team in very close collaboration with the European Commission's DG Agri. In fact, we tried to work more or less as one team. The service point was set up to build an EU-wide network to promote innovation in EU agriculture and forestry to make it more sustainable, but at the same time competitive, productive. Because if farmers and foresters cannot earn a proper living, then it's also not sustainable. At the same time, of course, we have all these climate issues that we need to deal with, and agriculture and forestry have a clear role to play here. The types of activities we did were networking activities such as events, workshops, focus groups, interactive seminars, and also we contributed to the governance of the whole of the rural networks together in coordination with the ENRD. And of course, communication and dissemination of the results of all the different innovative projects, of innovative ideas. This was also a key part of networking. At the start, before we actually started, we had to build an international consortium because we felt that when you're facilitating an EU-wide network, it helps to have an as broad as possible team covering many different EU countries. It was really built on trust amongst the partners. Several of us knew each other from earlier projects, and this helped to quickly build a consortium and a proposal. Personal contacts were really essential there, and as they are essential in networking for innovation in the broad sense. We all had different networks which we mobilized to set up our proposal, and of course, making good proposals is essential too. And for the latter, you really need to read the tender specifications very, very carefully, because you don't want to miss anything essential. You need to clearly agree on sharing of tasks, timeline. I think, especially with this first proposal, it was done within a very short time frame, and everyone was very, very helpful. And the 4 eyes check. This is something that whenever you write something, it really helps to have someone else read it. So there's always something that you might not see because you were the one writing it. So you become blind to your own texts. As for the partners, the Flemish Land Agency and DLG, at the time, now it's RVO, we had a partnership agreement already for many years and decided to team up to develop the proposal together. And we both brought in partners from our networks whom we felt could add value to the team. covering countries from north to south, Estonia, Spain, for instance, and also large countries that were important for agriculture in EU. And we preferred public or semi-public organizations, a good mix of research and practice, links with farmers' organizations, applied research. As to managing an international team, it's, well, as with any team, I would say, team building is really a continuous process, and it's very important. We worked on team building both within our own team and with a team and the DG Agri team together, as we were working together so closely. Regular and clear communication and exchange, team meetings, live communication, meeting each other live during team weeks. Of course, clear agreements, procedures, processes, tasks, who does what. Also, what is the process for setting up a focus group, for instance. We developed it as we went, and we also documented what we did so that for future focus groups, future events, there were sort of clear frameworks that people could use to develop the process and to develop the content. And I think a very important part of our success was that we all had a real learning mindset, and that we were convinced that every time we could try to do better than we had done before by evaluating what we'd done, and to evaluate these activities together, also with DG Agri, and then use the lessons to adapt immediately. If we had lessons from one workshop, we would immediately use those for the next. And another point, which is very important, I think, is encouraging questions, encouraging exchange. It's all right to make mistakes. It's just important to communicate on time about it so that the team can help solve the problems. Challenges and lessons, well, as I said, maintaining and building a good team spirit is really essential. And in that sense, it's important to understand the different styles of work. These may be cultural, but they can also be personal. And it really helps if you know how people prefer to work. Some people might prefer to call, while others prefer to send emails. Some people tend to send extremely short emails, others tend to send long stories. And all these differences, they can actually help strengthen your team, because it's good to have these different approaches and styles and to understand them, to use them, to celebrate them. For instance, some people are really fast, but they might not be so precise, or some people might be left behind. So you need to balance that speed and efficiency with precision and keeping people on board. And everyone has different qualities there and can help to manage that. As I already mentioned, we also had a full rise check before we sent anything to DG Agri. And I think once you've built a really good team, and I must say the EIP Agri team, they're really the best team I've ever worked with. And it really helps to build confidence that as a team you can manage the unexpected, because you know things will always be different than what you expected before or what you planned for. Well, what would I do differently? Well, maybe a few things, yes. One good thing that we developed after, I think, a year or two, maybe 3, was that I already mentioned we had regular team weeks so the team could meet live. And after a couple of years, we decided, well, it would be good not to have them just in Brussels, but also in other countries. So Corona allowing, I think it would be great if we could have team weeks in other EU countries already from the start. And I think keeping communication lines open requires a real continuous effort, and it's something that requires conscious effort from the start. In the same vein, regular team meetings from the start. In the beginning, we had sort of sub-team meetings every week, And gradually we realized that it's actually very good to have a whole team meeting quite regularly. We had them every 2 weeks, so that also the lines between communication and content are short and people can help each other. I think I'd really be keen to further improve our learning by doing approach and organizing, for instance, brainstorm sessions to develop the processes for different activities. And then a very sort of practical little point, we used to minute our agreements with DG Agri if they were different from what we had been doing in a separate file. And no, we used to keep them in the minutes, and I think it helps to have them in a separate file, so it saves you from looking for the minutes where a certain agreement was minuted. And well, these are a few of the lessons that I'm happy to share with you. If you have any other questions, I'm here to answer them. And I hope that this will be of use for you. And I'd like to end by saying thank you very much. I hope I'm saying it right in Estonian. Tänan.
Thank you, Willemine. It was very nice, and very nice that you added some Estonian in. I will use the opportunity to say bedank to you, because this is the second word I know in Dutch. The first one is probably a very important word, kroonlüchter, that is same actually in Estonian and Dutch. But to sum up, some notice that are really important in this presentation. You highlighted the importance of network, and that is what we are doing today here. That's really important, and you mentioned that it's easier to plan or to find new ideas through the network for the project. So this is really nice that you highlighted. And something that I really liked from your presentation is that use the personal approach for team members, because it's really important to balance and use the different qualities that everybody has. So thank you for that.
Indeed.
So it's really important. Bedankt again. I hope I say it also correctly. And
yes.
Annika already wrote in the chat that we will take the questions after all the free presentations. So Willemine, as you see, is already online and ready to answer the questions, but we will have 2 presentations more, and then we will have all the discussion. Thank you. So now I will move on to, I will give the floor or the screen to David Lamb from Scottish Innovation Support Centre. Please, David.
Good morning, my name is David Lamb, and I'm going to share with you this morning some experiences from our time at the Innovate contact point, starting in 2014, and from when I joined, which was very near the start of the project, through to when the contract finished at the end of mid-July this year. And so a few things to share with you. What I wanted to mention is how we connected and networked, a very important part and the core part of our activity. The technical support we provided, principally to NRNs, managing authorities, paying agencies and other stakeholders, and how we, especially with regard to innovation, how we gathered and shared best practice in our activity. So, of course, we're working across the rural development programs. The start of the Innovate contact point, we were looking at bringing together all of the RDPs across Europe, of course, regionalized then, so across 28 member states at that point. And the main thing we were trying to do is bringing together the NRNs, the managing authorities, and other stakeholders, so representatives, whether national-based or European-based, but particularly at our level, European-based organisations representing all the interests related to rural development. One of our points, our main points of having a connection in each member state was a nominated person within each member state and another person with responsibility for a member state based in Brussels. So there was always a contact point, as we were called the contact point, of course, of having someone within the team who could be a direct connection with each of the member states. That changed over time. We had some turnover of staff, but we also had at least one person in each member state who could reflect with and on the ground, who could help us gather good practices, help us understand what was happening outside of perhaps the scope of the managing authority or the NRNs. And we'd have regular discussions with them. What we also had was 3 times a year an NRN meeting, which was bringing together as many of the NRNs as possible to discuss key topics that they were working on, sometimes exploring more, sometimes sharing examples, sometimes just having that exchange of knowledge and best practice. Very effective way of bringing people together and making them understand what rural development looked like in reality within each of the member states and across the member states. And it fostered further cooperation between groups of NRNs across topics and across regions. We also had specific workshops, topics like good practices, facilitation, and a range of workshops and meetings that you can also always find on our website to think about key aspects, communication, digital skills that they wanted to work on together. Of course, we were collecting and disseminating best practice. We were bringing together approximately 100 projects each year on our database that you can still find there that highlight different themes, different measures of the RDPs, and allow people to look at what good practice looks like across the whole of the EU. And of course, communication, key task, publications, thematic groups, and communication through newsletters, through emails, through a number of different measures, including social media, of all our activity. In terms of our partners, we had project expertise across the RDP. We needed to make sure, I've already mentioned, we had geographical breadth. A range of different EU nationalities and languages was extremely important. But of course, that technical knowledge, whether it's on environment, on food supply chains, which was my original point of entry into the contact point, or for example, ACIS and LEADER. We had experts across all of those areas able to input into the process. Also, really important is networking experience, the ability to animate, to facilitate, to get to know the networks and be in touch with them. Hugely important part of the teams and the partners. Our management, our governance, as many of you will know, has been through the Rural Networks Assembly and Steering Group, the Networks Assembly being a representation of all the stakeholders across the RDPs in Europe. The Steering Group, a smaller subset of that, sometimes changing, to help to agree our processes. Our annual work programme was always presented at the Steering Group and the Assembly to get the agreement and sometimes the input of partners. Our first annual work programme in year 1 was agreed by topics suggested at the Assembly and then adjusted thanks to feedback from that grouping. And it's extremely important that grouping is not just the NRNs and MAs, but a wider range of stakeholder representatives to allow them to input into the work we did. Our challenges, I think that it's reaching an increasing range of stakeholders. We're aware now that the new network will look across all of the Common Agricultural Policy, and our challenge is to make sure that those stakeholders who will be involved in that work are involved, but that we take the rural development stakeholders along the journey with us. One of the issues we had was to find best practice, especially at the start of the programming period. And from there, we came up with the idea of looking for innovation through the Rural Inspiration Awards, which I would say have a nice balance of networking and innovation in the content they do, because those are 2 of the criteria that we measure them by. And there have been 3 iterations of those awards looking for best practice and examples that can inspire others. It's in the title, across the EU. And the other challenge is not all NRNs are the same. There are different sizes, scales. Some of the smaller NRNs find it difficult to engage in all the networking activities. We've not always managed to get all NRNs to our meetings, and that would be something we would want to improve upon, is to make sure that we get everyone, as many stakeholders involved and as many EU member states involved in all the work we do. Looking back, what would we maybe do differently? I think that what we've learned in the last 2 years is that the more informal interactions with stakeholders online, using this kind of format, can be very successful. But I've had much more one-to-one, and when I say one-to-one, I mean member state and myself and other colleagues getting online with stakeholders and having maybe smaller groups working together. We could have, and we'll think about it, is having a regional approach to getting groups of NRNs together to share topics. And again, a more informal method. This is something I think we've learned in this online age, and certainly the last 2 years with the situation in COVID, that we can do this. This is a successful format. And the other point I would say is starting the Rural Inspiration Awards earlier, and maybe modifying it, because we do want to represent all those have a regional balance, and that's something that we take on board in the comments that we get. And that's it from me. I know that I'll join the discussion, and you can ask any questions you might have about further experiences there. And if you want to, you can also ask me about the Rural Innovation Support Service in Scotland.
Thank you, David. Very nice presentation. We already have in chat some questions going on, but I will keep them for, as I mentioned, after all 3 presentations, we will move to chat and different questions. I already have also some questions, but I will keep them for later for discussion. And thank you for giving a nice example of networking, and really that every member state is important. That was a very nice point that you highlighted. And also what I really inspired me a bit was motivation, that you use inspiration awards in your motivation package, so to say. So if I have time for questions, I will definitely ask some examples maybe about that. But thank you, David. We will, please, if you already have questions ready, you can always write them in the chat, everybody. David can already prepare, and if you have time later for discussions, we can do already discussions, and everybody's prepared. But now we move on to the third presentation before we start with our discussion. And I will give floor to Susanna Lahnamäki-Kivelä from Finland, and she will talk about AgriHubby.
Thank you for the opportunity to come to talk about AgriHubby Farmers Competence Network to this online workshop. I am Susanna Lahnamäki-Kivelä, coordinator of AgriHubby, and I work in Natural Resource Institute in Finland. I will share my screen so it will be a bit easier for you to follow up the presentation. So, what is AgriHubby? Currently, we are running this network as a project, as a launching project, as we have this 2 years funding for this launching period. The funding comes from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And the background for this work is based on the working paper made by Mr. Reijo Karhinen for our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry about 2 years ago. What he found in his work was that the Finnish national agis is not probably, or the Finnish national agriculture sector is not working very efficiently, and our farmers are not being able to benefit of the new information, the research information and knowledge and various services that are available. So what our aim here is to improve farmers' business management. What we are thinking about is to improve the farming profitability. And what is found there is that we need to have better competence in business management. Farmers need to have better business management skills, but not just farmers, but also their stakeholders. They need to improve their business management skills, understand what is the farming. Then we have lots of data sources and lots of data resources that needs to be used efficiently. There is quite a lot of what can be received to the business management and to farming practices and more efficient and more eco-environment farming within the smart farming and using various data resources. But as we all know, this sector is emerging, blooming, and growing, and there are lots of different development going on. So what AgriHobby is doing here is to follow up and to disseminate these new news and information, knowledge, and also improving farmers' competencies. And last year, 2020, we had a series of smart farming webinars with about 500 participants here in Finland. And beginning of this year, we had a farm business management webinars, and we had about 300 participants. Overall, in this this farm business management webinars, we received about 800 comments, ideas, proposals, suggestions how to improve the current situation. And that is really, how would I say, a valuable source of information and guidance for us. And we are also doing lots of different stakeholder discussions. And as we are doing these stakeholder discussions, that is also part of our partnership and building our partnership. We are open for various kind of partners. If their interest is in among of the AgriHobby's topics, we will welcome to the partnership. We have a steering group which is nominated for 2 years as a launching period of the AgriHobby, where we have lots of different backgrounds presented. And what we are really happy is that we have quite forward-looking farmers giving their time and inputs to AgriHobby. And what is important here in Finland, as we have both Finnish and Swedish-speaking farmers, those both are represented here. And then additionally, we have different kind of team groups, for example, the communication, and then with the smart farming. And especially this smart farming group is really enthusiastic, and they see the value of the sharing knowledge and information and building connections. As one of the background ideas is to have better, more solid consortiums for various kind of project proposals. And as an AgriHobby network, we are working closely with a close cooperation with the Finnish Rural Network, and also, of course, with our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. What I'm personally really happy is, as my background is in the education sector, is that a Finnish farming and agriculture sector representatives are really closely bonded to our network and giving their inputs on regular basis and sharing information, and also preparing project consortiums. Network management is that here in Luke we have a coordination team. I personally work, AgriHobby is my main work, however, I'm not working full-time. Then we have a part-time or 50-50% the time of with our communication specialist, and then we have nominated specialists from the smart farming and digitalization and foresight and business management to support our work. Our steering group meets approximately once a month, and these discussions in steering group point out things we need to focus on, and we are still working a bit with our strategy and finalizing our roadmaps. Different team organic groups, as such as a smart farming group, they organize their own meetings and actions underneath AgriHobby, and those are communicated to our steering group. And of course, when there is something more widely interesting that is openly written out, such as blogs or made podcasts or whatever different kind of tools to reach farmers too. And constant communication, that is essential here with our management. There have been some challenges so far. We have been working 7.5 months, but still, as we are in early phase, there is quite a lot to learn, and we are quite humble to see and learn things, and to listen our stakeholders and listen different kind of different discussions and opinions and expectations. And as we are a new network, we need to quite, how would I say, have really good message that points out the benefit of AgriHubby to the farmers. And as there is also quite a lot of different expectation towards AgriHubby, we need to keep the boundaries because there are different, also some other networks that work with related topics that we work together, not making overlapping work. And what we have been learning so far, that communication, you can always give more information outside the coordination team. Always you can communicate more and with them more with various channels and using social media. And we are still a bit lacking there, but hopefully during this fall we will be able to improve our communication there. And of course, the stakeholders' inclusion to the network implementation that requires quite a lot of motivation and discussion and opening the benefits. And just one of the last slides is the looking back. What I've been thinking personally as a new coordinator, since I started in June as a coordinator of the AgriHubby, is that we could also have a bit more wider coordinating team to have more farmers participated to these discussions. And this steering group, since the steering group work started in April, and they have met now a few times, that needs to be at least once a month. Once every next week, it's a bit too slow because there's lots of things to discuss when the network is new and it has this national impact that we are aiming for. And all the results and actions that are accomplished need to be communicated right away. That is really important thing from my point of view. But thank you for this time, and I'm very open for the questions. And I will be, please do ask if you have any questions. You can find us from Twitter. However, we tweet mainly in Finnish and in Swedish. Thank you.
Kiitos, Susanna. It was a very nice presentation, and I really like that you highlighted that the communication through the social media nowadays definitely is one of the, I would say, key factor or very important factor. I would like actually know a bit more about that, but I will keep my question later for the discussion that we already start now. But I will keep my questions for later because we already have very good questions in chat. And now we will start with a Q&A session. And it will be very nice to have discussion. And therefore, I will give the word to the people who ask questions. So if possible, Hardi Tamm, can you please turn on your microphone and ask Susanna directly the question?
Hello, Sanna. Thank you for your presentation. As I have worked for some time with Finnish people, I was wondering what is the difference between AgriHubby and existing ProAgria's network, which is a network of farmers. So, if you would give a few words, thank you.
Minä osaan öelda. Erik, Susanna, we don't hear you actually. Can you please maybe check your microphone? Unfortunately.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Very good. Thank you,
yes,
Susanna.
Finally. Good. Thank you. And oh, now there. Everything is messing up here. Sorry. Okay. So thank you for this question. And then, as I was replying, as Hardi stated, right, there is a really long history with the ProAgria Finland, as stated back in the 17 and something years. So there is lots of history and knowledge and working together with the farmers. But now what AgriHubby is here is that we are the Aki's contact point currently here in Finland. So we are combining also our different stakeholders, especially our education, our research institute as Luke, where I'm working currently, and our administration, different kind of farmers groups, because there are various additional advising services along with ProAgria, though the ProAgria is our main official advising service sector and provider. There are also services for very separate for poultry, for example, and horticulture, which are not that strongly and heavily made in the ProAgria. But ProAgria is also, of course, in our connection, our network. And what we are doing here with AgriHubby is that we are strengthening the communication between these different actors and giving farmers the possibility to give input to the development of education, development of the research and research topic, and a bit more better participation to the research, and also having the more inputs to the advising sector and to improve the flow of the new information that is provided from the, for example, from the research institute, or for example, the universities of applied science universities, or new knowledge from the advising sector, and improving the communication and information flow to different directions. That is what the AgriHubby is doing. So we are not thinking just the farmers overall, but contacting various stakeholders. And what we have been doing so far, for example, as I stated previously, with our communication and our education sector, is that actually we are having the first network where our farming educators are meeting on regular basis all together from the secondary level to the university level. And that is something quite new what we are doing. And we have also our advising sector participating in these meetings. I hope I was able to answer to your question.
So it should be some kind of like extension of existing level of information sharing. You will add like extra layer of that. You are not directly competing with that, but it's some kind of extra information, or is it just or some kind of competition as well?
No, we are not competing, definitely not. We are working together and building more better and stronger connection and collaboration. Because currently, as Finland is also quite small country, and our farmers, number of our farmers is lacking really rapidly, unfortunately, and I think that is the case in everywhere in European Union. And at the same time, there is this demand of a more solid competence and knowledge and understanding of our business environment and our physical environment, and how all these inputs to the farmers' decision making. And there we need much more connection and more constant discussion so we can support our farmers better. And that is what AgriHubby is doing.
Thank you. Very nice to see that the discussion has starting already. Very nice. Thank you, Hardi and Susanna. Maybe you can have some discussion during the coffee break. It will be live event. Definitely you have some topics to talk about. But now I would like to move on to the next questions that we have in chat. And if possible, I would like to give a word to Alistair. And he can ask questions. I mean, the question is both of also David and Willemine. So maybe we can start with David. And if Alistair can ask, please.
Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see and hear you well.
Good. I've just got children getting ready for school at the moment, so
Okay.
Apologies if you see little people running around behind me. David, Willemine, I was just going to ask you about how feedback from your managing authorities, paying agencies, practitioners on the ground, how have they influenced the way your teams have operated over the last 6 or 7 years?
Okay, I can pick up that one first. Thanks, Alistair. Perhaps I should be saying Terahomikust, as you've got a picture of an Estonian institution on your profile. But a lot of the feedback, as I was mentioning, some of the events, and sometimes the formality event means that you, like the steering group, like our assembly, or even our NRN meeting, you're trying to get as much feedback as you can there. The direct connection is extremely important. So that is either direct connection between the contacts within our team and the member states, but there's so much networking happens on the fringes of the formality, if I can put it that way. So much of the content and our arrangements for what we would concentrate on come from both formal arrangements. We do an annual survey of needs and opportunities, looking to get in depth. That's always kept confidential. But sometimes getting a group, and may I even suggest in a place like Hellhunt in Tallinn, of NRNs together just to talk around a table, over dinner, over coffee. That's what we miss about physical networking, is that ability to bring people together and have that discussion about what's really important and get to the heart of that. So the formal structures for it, like the assembly and surveys, and then the very informal, which are, to me, always more important. It's really understanding, sometimes in a one-to-one, sometimes with groups of people who've got common interests, to determine things. And every now and again, it's good to have a real investigation of that. We had an innovation camp in Finland in 2016, which I think gave us a real basis for what we should be doing going forward, because it was designed by the network. And I'll pass to Willemine and see what her response would be.
Thank you, David.
Yeah.
And maybe as the question was both of you, maybe Willemine, I want to add something. Willemine, we don't hear you. Can you turn on your mic?
Is it all right now? Can you hear me?
Now it's good. Thank you.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not really used to using my phone, so, but as I decided not to bring my computer, as it would be a bit heavy. So, yeah, the question was on how managing authorities, but also, say, farmers and other rural enterprises in the network influence the way we worked. Well, in many different ways. We took on board all their comments when we evaluated our events, and we also took on board the informal comments we received from people. So one of the things that we really took on board was, for instance, if you want more farmers in your meetings, in some cases, the language is an issue, and it can help to have more than one person from a project in the meeting, because it makes it slightly easier. So we would say that if a project was delegating someone to a meeting, then if they chose a farmer, they could have an extra person in the meeting. So this was one thing we took on board. What we took on board from one of the types of feedbacks that we received was that people very, very much appreciated field visits and sort of practical field visits, so that they could really see the innovation in practice. So we were really focusing on agricultural innovation in the field. So, and there's nothing that really communicates that unless you see it with your own eyes. So that was something. And one of the other things that we took on board was, again, what was mentioned earlier, also social media, and using little YouTube films to show, because that's another way you can show things in the field without actually having to travel there. So I think those might be additions that would be useful to mention.
Thank you, Willemine. And
you're welcome.
We already have some more questions to you. And if possible, I will give word to Pavel to ask the questions. He already had 2 questions. Pavel from Polish Rural Network. Can you please join the chat?
Willemine, everybody, good morning. I'll start with my question to Willemine, which concerns the sort of player in the background, one that exists both for the service point and the contact point, and in a different way for the national networks. and that is the public authorities that mandate our work. When you mention the team at Ape Agri, and I have to say that we always had the impression from the national level of this seamlessly functioning team. And it came as quite a surprise to me when I found out that you're actually sitting in different countries and maybe meet once in a while. So clearly that can be achieved. But I'm not sure whether in talking about the team, you also include in that the commission. Is that part of the team, or is that the client that you as the contractor have to serve, and therefore that relationship is quite different? This sort of issue of the relationship contractor-client is also an important one for the networking at the national level, where we are also expected to network, yet our position is not necessarily one of a neutral partner. We may also be a contract-client relationship, and therefore, to what extent does that complicate matters?
It certainly is always a delicate balancing act, I must say. So can you hear me all right? Yep, okay. So that's certainly when I say the EIP Agri team, I do mean the service point team. However, we have all along tried to really work very closely with DG Agri, sort of involving them in the team, involving them in team building sessions. And also in every single event that we organized, we had a small organizing team consisting of service point people and DG Agri people. And what we've experienced with people in DG Agri we've worked with is that they also wanted to be really involved. So you might have noticed that in some of the events, the DG Agri team were also involved in taking notes and such. So it depends a little bit on the person, how comfortable they feel with that. But from the start, we've really tried to work as one. And in fact, several of the people within DG Agri, especially when they started, they appreciated the fact that most of us were working in as civil servants, because they said it made it a bit easier to work as one team, because that's what they wanted to. They wanted us to really also tell them if we thought that what they were proposing wouldn't work for whatever reason. So we of course, we are the contractor for them. On the other hand, we also feel that we have an obligation not to just do as they say if we feel it might work better otherwise, especially because we're in such close contact with the managing authorities, with the paying agencies, and with the farmers in all the EU member states. So and they appreciate that. So they do realize that we're not telling them because we don't want to do something. We're telling them because we think it might work better otherwise. So there is this dialogue, but it's always a difficult balancing act. You're right in that. And yeah, I do think it's been quite exceptional the way we've been working with them over the past 7 years, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to continue in that way, because I think it's much more productive than just doing as people say, if you wish. Yeah. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. I think that was very good, thorough answer. And just to check from what's going on in the chat from my side, Jose Gutierrez is saying that it has been a valuable exchange of experience so far. Thank you for positive comments also in the chat. And we have some more questions. We are starting to run out of the time, but I will still take a question here for David from Hannah, and I will read the main part. There is a lot of useful info on the ENRD website, also useful for EIP Agri network. How to promote the info for EIP innovators? David, can you please comment on that?
Absolutely, it's a good question. We try to make sure we have as many reciprocal links as possible. One thing we haven't perhaps addressed is, and Willemine may decide to add to this, but we've tried to work as closely as possible. I think we'll work more closely in the future across the two networks. So we certainly don't think our information is just for NRNs or MAs. We think it's for whatever part of the audience. Willemine mentioned on social media, we've started doing profiling social media for different types of stakeholders to try and tailor our message to get to those types of stakeholders. That includes obviously farmers, foresters, all rural actors, and we've done that increasingly in the last few years. And I think that will be a feature moving forward on any new website, which I think will be very likely to bring all that content together. And that's my understanding of where the direction it's heading. I can't give you any detail because it's all very new. But so any information, we need to get to understand what it is people are going to land on our page for. So to give you a concrete example for that, the long-term vision for rural areas that we're working on, we made a portal for that so that people landing on our webpage could get into that information very, very quickly. Same for CAP strategic plans. That's more of the approach to gather information under categories so that it becomes more accessible. But we can always improve. I'm just picking up on what Willemine was saying. It's an interesting, I absolutely agree with her approach. It's always interesting in terms of the kind of difference in your relationship with the client, which you try and get as close to as possible and involve them in everything. But I always see my role as to respond to the stakeholders and reflect their point of view to the client as well. And I think that's the same thing that Willemine was saying. It's that balance between being the contact, being the service point, and also with the client. So yes, we have a big stakeholder focus, but we'll have even more so, I think, moving forward.
Maybe I could add a little to that, indeed, that, for instance, with the Rural Innovation Awards, we also announced those through the IP Agri network. And I believe we also ran an article or two on some of the people who had won them if they were involved in sort of agricultural innovation. And in future, of course, we'll be dealing more with innovation in the broad sense. So indeed, as David just said, we'll need to carefully manage the way the website works so that people looking for innovation can find everything at a glance and don't need to sort of wade through the website to find the innovation bits, as it were. So I think that's something we'll need to do together to make sure that people can.
Thank you. I think that was a very good comments. Thanks to Willemine also. As we are starting to run out of time, our first session, and I promised you to show the live art that has been created during the three presentations, during three very interesting presentations. And let's see how the artist, what kind of main points took out of your presentations. So we will have this drawing video starting soon, and I will comment on also that. So the first presentation was from Willemine, and you can see what was the main points of the artist here. Of course, it's always important to have a communications seminar, team building events, as you see from the picture. And also the importance of partners, and something that I highlighted, that it's really important to have different people in your group and know how they work how to make different people to work together. And now we have the drawing from presentation of David. Let's see, it has a, you have to wait for this drawing. Maybe we can start from the beginning. Just a moment, because, and we will have all these creation of this painting later in one very fast video, so you can all see. It's nice to have your profiles here, also the picture of you. You can see. Now we have starting from the beginning. Later it's interesting to see if you agree how the artist presented you there on the picture. So we'll have a very nice presentation. So David, you will appear soon. I hope you like. So now we finish again with Willemine's presentation, and we move on to David's presentation. A nice map of Europe as we are working together here, and all the contacts point there. And of course, it's always important to have a discussion. So we'll have a discussion with all different people, regular meetings, as was highlighted. Of course, now it's a bit problematic, but hopefully we'll get soon together again, have live meetings, and also live discussions with different wide range of stakeholders. And then collecting, it's important also what we are trying to do here today, collecting best practices. And now to AgriHubby, Susanna. Nice pictures of real this field work, as we see a lot of nice cattle there, and including all the stakeholders, partners, and of course committing the farmers. And as it was highlighted, that I really like that the networking and using social media nowadays is really important. So this kind of nice different pictures from all of your presentations. We will have these kinds of pictures coming from each presentations. So I hope you liked it, and I hope you agree with the art that the artist who is not maybe the specialist in your area has seen your presentation. So thank you. Now we move on to the coffee break. We have 15 minutes for coffee break. Unfortunately, we can't have usual discussion as we have usually in a coffee break, but I will promise you maybe when we start with be on time, because I will start with maybe some jokes that I would otherwise tell in a coffee break, but unfortunately I can't. So I promise you some cheesy jokes if you are on time. So have a nice coffee break, and hope you back here after 15 minutes. So welcome back. I hope you all had time for a nice coffee break. Before we start with our next session, that is soil and plant production, I will just make a few comments. You please feel free to use chat, ask all the questions that comes up in your mind, and don't worry if you don't have time during the discussion to answer all the questions. All the questions will be answered, and you will get the answers later after the workshop. So please, questions are always welcome. And people are still probably coming back from the coffee break. I promise to start with a cheesy joke. So in Estonia, we have saying that põllumees põline rikas. That means that in direct translation, farmers are always rich. And I will not go to details in that. But my question, just the idea for you to think, why farmers like to bury their money? And this will be related with the topic we have, soil and plant production. So just seconds to think. And as a promised answer is quite easy, to make the soil rich. So now we will hear different presentations about how to make soil rich. At least maybe some of them are, and it's not burying the money, I can say you that. And so to start off, hopefully everybody has a coffee with her, still some left, and enjoy. And we'll start a nice presentation from Roosi Soosaar from Estonia, from NGO Soil Innovation Cluster. So please, Roosi.
Hello, my name is Rose, and I am the founder of the soil protection organization here in Estonia. I'm going to talk about how to go from inner country project to a horizon project. So introduction about the soil protection cluster. We were founded in 2015, so this means 6 years of experience. Our actions and all our projects fall under this one umbrella, that is soil protection and environmental protection. The aim of all the activities that we do is to reduce external inputs, but still get resilient and healthy crops. So right now we have 3 ongoing projects, 2 innovation cluster projects and 1 Horizon 2020 project that is called Soil Diver Agro. So our journey has been mostly all about communication with farmers, with researchers, and with government. And you might ask, why government? And this is the reason. They have big data, because me as an individual and farmers and research institutes, they have only their road and their data, but government at least should have big data that shows the big picture. And almost always it has been our main priority to pay attention to those areas that have the greatest impact. We do have some activities that are these little niche activities, but most of it is focused on the impact. And when I founded this organization, then soil protection came above everything else, because it doesn't matter if you are a dairy farmer or if you are just growing crops or you are an organic farmer. Soil is one common denominator for all the farmers. So how to find partners to the project and to these innovation cluster projects and to this Horizon 2020 projects. Farmers mostly trust the word of mouth. So this is important to them to have trust. Universities and public institutions and also private companies, with them it's important to connect with the right people, because they usually are, or the bigger organizations. And the key elements there to get noticed and to get invitations to participate in projects. Well, the first one above all is that web page, and also available information should be in English. And when innovation cluster, first innovation cluster started, even before the innovation activity started, I did the web page in Estonian and in English. And even though I did not have any results yet, right now, as of this year, we have the web page domain in English also. It is soilprotection.earth. And right now, we are working on making Instagram account also in English. And right now we're working on the plan with the communication company. And when communicating with and connecting with people, it is important to ask for recommendations, because for the first 5 years of this organization, it was just me, only one person, and I really can't get everywhere. So I asked for recommendations. Please recommend my organization. Please recommend me to project writers and to lead partners. And I also asked for referrals. Please give me referrals to people who are writing projects about these and these topics. So these innovation projects, there are several reasons why these are important and why Estonian institutions and organizations and companies, why it's important to participate. And you can check it out here on the slide. So going further with this Horizon 2020 project, we have all the goals that I mentioned earlier. Soil protection is by far number one. And there are 3 case studies done in Estonia. One of them, which is soil biodiversity case study, is already finished, and 2 other are still ongoing. This Soil Agro project started in the year 2019, so I have 2.5 years of experience with this project. So this is challenges part comes from experience. This leading and participating innovation projects is risky, because there really is no government funding for soil protection cluster. So everything that we do and that are included in the projects, the money must come from the project funding. There has been changes of partners and also people who work for the partners, because these projects are long. This Soil Agro project is 5 years long, and people do move on. And also there has been budget changes. When it comes to this innovation cluster projects, just wanted to mention that to really they were really a surprise challenges that came from political reasons that I did not even consider at the beginning. One of them was that one big data program was supposed to start and it didn't. And we have done in this cluster 5 years of activities. And right now we really can't use the results as much as we would like to, and provide positive information to farmers, and this what we expected at the beginning of the project. And also one of the activities includes making fertilizers from waste, from oil shale ash, and we did not get ECTOP approval. And also looking back, what I have done during this 6 years and my experience of being in the business, what are these main points that I would like to share are that it is important to ensure a realistic identification of farmers' agricultural challenges. And this is what I was talking about in the beginning about soil protection and what are the actual challenges that farmers face when working with soil, because this is their everyday work. And it's also important to understand that even though farming is very local, all the research does not need to be done on the spot. We can take some information, and especially this information about innovation from abroad. And with this working out these new solutions, there is, at least in my case, this pressure to work on several levels, but this is not actually the case. There is no one fit for all problems for all countries, and this really, understanding this really takes the pressure off. The systems that and the actions that we work out, that they need to be profitable for farmers. And if they are really solutions to farmers' problems and they are profitable, then we don't even have to tell farmers what to do. They understand it. And the majority of farmers are open to innovation. But sometimes they just need a little bit financial aid. With this world that we live in, that we have a lot of data, and in farming also, we have a lot of data, but we really need to turn this data into products and services. And just yesterday, I had this meeting with this other organization that recommended that farmers should take soil biota analysis on regular basis, and that this should be mandatory. And in the Soil Development Agro project, we do have soil biota testing, and this is the case study that has ended already. And I said to this organization that okay, if farmers take this soil biota analysis and they get information there, what do we really have good insight and recommendations to give them what to do with this information? Because my experience with soil biota results were that I was sending farmers who participated the case study. I sent them this Excel sheet with numbers about their soil biota, and I really had to be really apologetic and say, I'm sorry, I don't have information to give you. Is this good number, or what you should do further when you look at this this number? So before making something mandatory, there really should be services for farmers there. And I'm all done. Thank you so much for listening, and I really am excited to hear your questions.
Thank you. Aitäh, Roosi. Easy to use Estonian this time. It was a very interesting presentation, and I really liked the challenges you highlighted. For example, political challenges that sometimes also can be a problem, even doing some research tasks. And of course, we nowadays always have to talk about big data. So this was also mentioned. And something that I will, it was nicely written on the presentations, but I will go through that because this was really important for, in my opinion, farmers don't like to be told, they want to understand. So this is really important, something to highlight from the presentation. They have to understand, just not, it doesn't work that you just do that. It's really important that they understand why they have to do something. And as I also work with gut microbiota in my field of research, it was really interesting to hear about soil biota services, but let's keep this for discussion. Now I would like to move on and give a screen to Dagnija Lazdina from Latvia.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, today is my pleasure present our joint study about development of a new technology for the production of plant fertilizer or fertilizers from the residues of biogas plant digestion, which is separated digestate and wood chip cogeneration processes, wood chip ash. My name is Dagnija Lazdina, and I am a researcher at Latvian State Forest Research Institute, Sila. So now let's speak a little bit about the project, main activities and goal, why we are doing it. So the project is about developing of new soil amendment, which is at the same time liming and fertilizing agent. And we are going to produce it from production bioproducts, which is digestates and wood ash. And in order to achieve our goals, we are doing several activities, and those are analyzing of the composition of digestates and as well as wood ashes. And we evaluating different mixtures of both of products and modeling and testing them in modeled environment as well in real conditions, in forest and on field. We are going to develop a technological cycle for the production of competitive product. And also we are going to study the effect of changing the proportions of raw materials and how it has the biggest impact on the production technology if we are changing this proportion between both of materials. Funding is coming from Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Support Service managed project call about innovations and cooperation between scientific institutions, and duration of this project is 5 years, almost 5 years, actually 4 years, and budget is almost $500,000, but we are 9 partners. And yeah, project started 2 years ago, so we have methodology, we have first prototypes, but we have not yet final results. And all the activities to achieve these final results are funded by the project budget. So 9 partners, it's a lot. 2 of them are scientists, 2 of them are wood ash producer, 1 private farm, and digestate producers. Main challenges in our innovation program is at the beginning, that's analyze composition of various digestates and wood ash, because they are coming from different raw material. So wood ash could be from deciduous trees, from coniferous, from mix, from branches, from stems, from bark, and from very, very, very excellent wood parts. So finally, its composition is different. The same is with digestates. It could be from slurry of pigs, from slurry of poultry, or bigger animals as well, from maize. So actually, finally, chemical properties is different. And the next one challenge is that we are two scientists in this cooperation group, and scientists, they are some special kind of peoples, and sometimes they are kind to get to know something which is not very economically important, but that has scientific interest, and so we need to balance this scientific interest and industry needs. The third one challenge is that wood ash, it's good liming agent, and wood ash also could be used for production of something like concrete, and if wood ash becomes wet, it could turn to concrete, and it means that we should keep it dry. And also weather conditions where it's a lot of rain or when it's very wet, then we have problems with soil bearing capacity. And the main challenge for us is to produce something unique, and we hope it could be an export product of natural fertilizer. And we hope that by our activities, we will use opportunity to reduce artificial fertilizer use, and we could subsidize it with natural fertilizer, produce it in this, or elaborated in this project. When you're looking back, if you could start over again, as all, probably we will share a little different our budget positions and funding. The next one thing is we could, from the beginning, we could more ensure cooperation between partners by internal project seminars where partners go to experimental trials as well. Scientists going to enterprises, and it would improve cooperation between partners internally. Otherwise, it's like one partner, leading partner, another partner. And otherwise, things are going as it's proposed. So we start with methodology. Now there's practical work. Agriculture sectors, they are testing corn, winter oilseed rape, winter wheat, summer barley, potatoes, cucumber salad, winter garlic. And they are measuring the effect of fertilizer on crops. And the same are doing forest sector, but our test object are trees and woody plants. So thank you for attention. And now it's time for questions on which you could reach answer from our project partners.
Thank you, or actually paldies, Dagnija. I learned some Latvian in addition to 3 words that I probably every Estonian know. It's saldajums, alus, and the jela. So some Latvian from me, but paldies, Dagnija. It was really nice presentations. There are already questions popping up in chat, but we will continue with questions and discussion after the third presentations that soon will begin. But to take some points from these very nice presentations, I like the idea that scientists should have balance between scientific interest and industrial needs, because this is something important to use those knowledge that we learn through different projects, research in real environment, real in industry scale, for example, in your case also. And then in this way we can have benefits to everybody, because this is the main important of the research, that the results and knowledge that we get, we can actually use them for benefits of everybody. That's the main reason. But of course, the scientists are different. Some of them like really to do basic research. Some of them like to make this research happen in a real environment. So we have to communicate together. That's why we have this nice networking workshop also. And now we will move on to the third presentation. I will give the floor to Petri Linna from Tampere University of Finland. And he will talk about the MICA data. So please.
Hello, my name is Petri Linna. I work in Tampere University in Finland. Here is my presentation. I like to introduce you Mikadata's project. The long English name is Agricultural Business Development with Intelligent Data Analytics. And next slide. Here is the project aims. So we developed the data analysis service, and it includes a lot of different kind of maps. For example, variation soil types and natural levels. The project idea, ourselves had many kind of ideas to develop the agriculture sector, and there was farmers who has development ideas, and together with them we connect these ideas, so we found the final idea that we will develop this kind of analysis service and maps and so on. And we tried first local funding, but they said there that this is at least national level idea, so they recommend that you should try EIP funding program, and so we little bit fixed this our idea for that funding, and well, we had good luck because there was a lot of competitions in that funding, and so we started this Mikadata's project in 2017 and did it end of the 2019, so it was about 3 years project, and the total budget was almost 400,000 euros. And here's the list of partners. The main partners was ProAgria, which is Finnish Rural Advisor Organization, and we started with them very early, this discussion with them, because they know those farmers, and they also help to find those farmers who are very interested about these data things and development things. And also they had deep skills about these agriculture sector things, because they are working that sector very deeply. And then there was a core group, Salla Ruuska, it is a harvester company. Then there was many farmers, and then the Amtech, which is a software company in agriculture sector. They have many kind of softwares there. Then there was a collaboration group. There was a lot of people from different organizations and companies, and so there was between those partners, core group and collaboration group, there was a lot of different kind of communication. We used different kind of techniques to communicate. With core group, we used WhatsApp and also some people we use Slack, and well, but mainly communication tool was the email and phone. And well, we also had a lot of different kind of seminars and workshops, so that was also different kind of communication with farmers and other organizations. Here's the challenges. Because there was a lot of different kind of people, and also EIP funding was that kind of that they needed to do many kind of communication. So I had a little bit challenging to find balance what kind of communications is needed to send many organization and segments. We had some challenges to collect good quality data from farms. There was closed data formats and so on. And for example, there was some challenges with time series data from satellites, because sometimes there is a lot of clouds and so on. And third challenges was it took a little bit too much time to start to develop the analysis service. It was a little bit larger platform than what we talked beforehand. So it took time to learn to use that and learn to develop that. Okay, looking back, if there is chance to start again this project, I would make sure that I will get always good quality data. And also I would start develop this service, a data analysis service, very early step, and also use the other companies' help to develop that together with them. And then there is a lot of people, good expertise people in this EIP projects, different projects. So I would try to more and more use those people's expertises. But of course, it's easy to check. Looking back, what I can do better, but well, never knows. Okay, but that was my 10 minutes. Of course, I didn't tell you what I'm doing now, and because there's couple of projects where we are also develop these data things. We are collecting many kind of data there now. We are developing moisture sensors things, LoRa things, satellites things, and so on. But if you are interested to hear more about these data things, you can contact me. Here's my email address, or you can also call me or send a text. But this was my 10 minutes, so I think after this there is some kind of discussion moments. But thank you very much.
Kiitos, Petri. Nice examples of the project, which idea came from farmers actually. So it showed that there was certain need of this kind of research. So very nice examples from you. And also something that you highlight, or the idea to use EIP's community expertise more. So it's a very nice suggestion from you. But yes, as Petri said, now we move on to the questions and discussion. So I will check what we have in chat. Maybe we start with from the bottom. So maybe Petri can, I will read Hanna's questions, and maybe Petri can answer to that. That how you are monitoring what is happening, what kind of developments are going on in different countries, and maybe you have some suggestions to ENRD or APAGRIS networks. So Petri, maybe you can comment a bit on that question.
Okay, thank you. What is happening in other countries? Well, of course, we are doing research. So when we are doing research papers, so we need to check what other people is doing. So, but of course, it's quite limited how much you can use time to check what other countries is really doing. So it's quite thin time to do that. So of course there is always lack information of that. But there is also second question: what suggestions for? I don't know. Not anything in my mind now.
Okay, thank you, Petri. So there are a few questions, the same question, and also one other question from Hardi to Lazdina, but unfortunately, as it's written in the chat, Lazdina is not able to answer at the moment. So these questions will be answered later. But there was in the during the Roosi's presentations, there was a question to her. Just quickly find the right spot. Just to comment on that question and make a small review, Roosi, so to get recognized, it's really important that the person itself is visible. And as Hanna says, you're very successful in that. You're probably the most known person from Estonia in international cooperation in agriculture and soil sector. And you have participated in a lot of different events. So the question is this participation funded as a soil cluster activity?
Okay, many thanks for the compliment from Hanna. I really do not see myself as number one being represented in the soil community from Estonia. We have several scientists that are really known and out there, but unfortunately, about these events that Hanna is talking about, these scientists were not invited. So, but I understand why I was invited, and of course, yes, I participated. And about these events, yes, when I participated, I tried to lead the workshops, and if there were group some kind of topics that we had to discuss and present, then I definitely took the microphone and represented the group, because my understanding is like basically who speaks, the ones opinions are heard the most, and so yeah, this I did actually. But the funding part is I have funded these trips through soil cluster projects. So this representation I can put into project budget as far as I have this budget. And some events have been also prepaid by APAGRI or EU Commission. Some have not, some have. And but I don't say this is a problem, but there is actually no funding ever offered to me by Estonian government. So this has not been a problem, because I have project funding. But as you saw on my presentation, my project funding start to end, and when the time comes when I don't have project funding and budget for traveling, then this will be a problem, and some support by government would be really, really nice.
Thank you, Roosi. I think that was a good answer to that question. As we have a bit not so many questions at the moment here, but I will use the chance to ask my question from you, Roosi, because as I mentioned, I work with microbiota a lot, of course, the human gut. But maybe you can comment on the point that you made on soil biota services. Would would you see the future there, and maybe you can highlight what kind of help or research is needed in this field, because you mentioned it's not very well understandable at the moment. So maybe some networks you need from other scientists.
Yes, it is definitely the future, and what the research has shown so far is when conditions for plants are good, they get the fertilizers, they get the water, everything is good, then they don't interact so much with soil biota, especially with fungi. But when times are difficult, like this summer was in Estonia, really dry, and plants, if they don't get the nutrients, then they start to form these symbiosis, like their roots start to connect with this fungi, and fungi helps them to get nutrients from nutrients and moisture from this other layers from soil that are in the back, and plants give something in. They give in return what they can offer. So we know what the climate change is doing. So it is really important that we go further with this soil biota, because in difficult conditions, plants really do need to make connections. And yes, I mentioned about this, that we don't have too much research. We have some, but it is very, very expensive. So it's much more expensive than these regular soil samples when we take like soil organic or nutrients from soil. We talk about 10, 20 times more is one sample, and the sample really depends on which are the weather conditions, when the samples were taken. So to form this kind of a unified system, so we could give farmers answers and guidelines, it takes a lot of money and years of work. And yes, I said that I was really apologetic when I sent these sample results to farmers, because I really could not explain. But what I did is I encrypted all these results and I put them in order. So I sent them this list of these sample results and said, okay, I can't give you answer what your soil sample actually means, but I can give you this order, like, and you can see in which place you rank when you compare to other farmers. So they could see, like, are they in the middle? Are they up there? So because some farmers, they had organic farms and regular farms, so they could see organic fields and regular fields, I'm sorry. And they could see, like, is there organically managed fields in better position than regular fields, and so they did get some information. But me, with the scientists, we weren't really feeling comfortable giving them like more information, because we need to do some more research. And Tartu University and Estonian University of Life Sciences actually works on this right now very much.
Thank you, Roosi. That was a good answer to my question, and it's really nice to hear that the work is going on. And definitely I know that this kind of research is quite expensive, and as you mentioned, like, to make it like let's say mandatory analysis at the moment is too much, but definitely I hope there is a future, and it definitely affects, so there is a useful data there. So thank you. And now we have a question from our room, so I will give a word to Konstantin to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. I have a question actually to Petri. You pointed out in your presentation that there is a strong need to use EIP expertise or EIP community expertise. What do you mean exactly? Because from my opinion, are you meaning the EIP experts core group expertise, Finnish EIP operational group expertise, or European-wide expertise? Can you explain a little bit?
Yeah, okay. I mean at the EU level that there is a lot of people, and we should use those people more, and because there is a lot of different kind of projects going on, and should use those what there is already research done, and try to get that help already. So because it takes so much time to learn those people who is doing what, and well, I had a 3 years project, but still I didn't had so much time to go those meetings and so on, what is happening in EU level. So those are very good, those events, but there is also those net platform where you can find people, but of course it needs, and now we have COVID problem now, so it's not possible to meet people. But I recommend go those meetings when it's again possible, and meet and discuss those people who are experts, for example in soil sector, so deliver those information who is doing what. So no need to do triple times or what, those same research things.
Actually, I have the following a technical question. The majority of these materials at the European Union level are available in English. Is it a crucial problem for Finnish farmers, the language barrier, or not?
Sorry, that was more for me.
Yeah, it was for you, Petri.
Ask again. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't hear some noise problem.
Yes, I've asked the following question. The majority of results of different projects, EU-wide projects, it's already available in internet, but in English. And what you think for Finnish farmers, is it a crucial barrier, language barrier, to catch that necessary information?
Yeah, there's my project is available, my results there. So of course in it's English. So in Finland we are using that our platform. So it's actually our platform is available next week. So we have doing vital big updates. So we have continued this project and other projects. So we are delivering actually our Mikadata's results next week more and more, and much more is coming. So of course it's partly in Finnish, that platform, but it's also possible to change to English.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Petri. And I will follow up with my question to you, Petri. Just to, as we are talking a lot about networking. So you mentioned in your presentation also WhatsApp. And I actually have a project with Turkish people, and they use WhatsApp a lot, and they like to post also, let's say, informal information, like there was football going on, they posted talks about football. So to my question, as we talk about networking, how informal your experience was with all the partners?
Yeah, I like this WhatsApp group because it's more closer to those farmers and so on. Of course, with other people who did these coding things, we use quite a lot Slack, so it's a little bit different. But with farmers, we use this WhatsApp. I think it was good for us, our needs. But of course, there was so different kind of groups, so I had to use many kind of medias, but well, for example, those emails and so on, quite basic things. But so every project needs to find the balance, how to deliver those messages and how often and so on. And of course, when you use emails, it's not so personal if you are sending a lot of larger groups, so it's not very close of the farmers. But anyway, it's better to send something than be in just shut.
Yeah, thank you, Petri. Yeah, I agree that it's definitely important to have communication going. Even the email is good, but yeah, but I have learned that always human connections, like in human level, is always important to have successful projects. So that's why example of WhatsApp or other fast methods is sometimes really beneficial. So it was really nice that you highlighted that one. So we have another question. I will now ask it to Roosi. And regarding from Petri's presentation, question to Roosi, what do you think? Will there be a big data platform for several countries together? Because big data is, they say it's the future. So maybe Roosi, your comments on that.
Yes, thank you for the question. In my opinion, of course, there should be. And most definitely it will be more cost effective than to every country to do it themselves. And also it would be beneficial to policy makers and to farmers, because new services for farmers could be introduced through this platform. So that would be really beneficial. But to comment whether this will be a reality or not, as you saw from my presentation, then political risk is something that I really could not see coming at the beginning of any of my projects. So this is not for me to say will it happen or will it not, or when it will happen. But I really hope it does.
Thank you, Roosi. Thank you. And now we have a good question to you, Roosi, from our room. So Konstantin, please.
Yeah, hi, Roosi. The question, actually, we all know pretty good that COVID-19 pandemic situation have changed the world. How to say, you as innovation cluster coordinator, have you changed your communication behavior with farmers, for example? Because I know before you have communicated directly, physically. Have it changed during the last 2 years or not?
Yes, well, I do a lot of direct communication, and this actually has not changed as much because of COVID, because I do this like one-on-one communication, and it was actually never restricted. But there has been change in this information days. So I have done, like everybody, this web seminar because of this Horizon project, and also included their topics that I do in that we do in cluster. So yes, maybe otherwise I would not have done it. And some field days have not been happening because of COVID. But as I told you in my presentation, that right now I'm working on this Instagram account with this communication company, this professional communication company, and this is something new for me. It is all information that I hear from them, and actually what they have said is that the most beneficial way to distribute your information is through articles, because, and especially when these are articles that are not behind the paywall, because these articles will come out first searches in Google. So, so when I arrange this field day, some people can come, some can't. But if farmers or anyone else have some kind of issue, they will Google it. So it's really beneficial to have long and good articles and then reference to my webpage that is in Estonian and in English. So this my communication and this distributing of information actually has not changed because of COVID, but because of I went to professionals who told me what to do. So it was really good. But maybe a little bit push to go to communication agency was because of COVID, because I had to find new ways, and I understood that like I know nothing about communication. So it's really good to and eye-opening to cooperate with professionals on that field.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roosi. Before we continue with my question, for example, or from our room, we would like to give word to Thomas, who is actively commenting on chat. So maybe, Thomas, you can give us a few points.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So points on what exactly? Sorry.
You are maybe it was very good comments in the chat. So maybe you can just tell them, code them through, and maybe make some recommendations. You have very nice comments here.
Yeah. Well, firstly on the seminar issue, yeah, I think there is a lot of need on different kind of seminars, as Petri also said, on specific topics. But the problem is that even the EIP Agri Network, I don't believe they have the time to do all of those, cover all of those topics. And then again, it's hard to put the responsibility on single national network, because there needs to be some kind of, I mean, who is responsible for bringing all the European actors together? So we need to work on that, I believe. And on the language question, whether farmers can read the English papers and results, I think the bigger problem is that the farmers don't have maybe time to go to EIP Agri Network site or other European sites, but they have their other job. So one of the AgriHub's biggest missions is to bring all the information on easily, so that you can search it easily via different theme words, and make it easily readable and the information easily digestible.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. I think that was a really good point, and also I think you wanted to comment that on Roosi. Also from my side, it was a good comment, that good example, for example, that even from newspaper, it's really good to read about things. If you do Google search, these things show up first. So this kind of public information, and also digestible to everybody, as Pavel is also mentioning, that not only like scientific paper or just very research based, but to make it more understandable to everybody. And this, as it was said in the beginning, that farmers have to understand. You just don't have to tell them what to do. You have to teach them, and they have to understand how to do things. And maybe, Thomas, did you have anything to add to Roosi's comments also in the?
I have one comment.
Petri, sorry. Sorry, Petri. Sorry.
About this, is there coming big data platform for all of us? Is that, well, I don't know, kayaks is coming, but still I think it's more separate things. Each country has own systems maybe, but maybe the bigger question is how we deliver those data between those different platforms. So I believe the future is that there is a lot of different kinds of many bigger and smaller platform, and we need to deliver that data many different ways. So that will be the challenges, bigger challenges, I think so. And we need to check how how these soil samples, for example, how we make sure that we are using same kind of techniques and we put data same way to the platforms and so on, so we can use that data same level in research techniques. So maybe that's bigger questions than is that one big system.
Thank you, Petri. So yeah, and in the chat also there is comments about the topic that we discussed, the language issue. So I think it's not a language in issue in terms of people don't understand it, but it's much easier to digest it. And also there is different angles in the language. One is the translation. It's always good, as Leho Verk is commenting, so to have translations in the materials, and also the interpretation. So the language in terms of scientific language is translated in the real life language. So this is something really important to add in this kind of projects and different events. So yeah, so maybe I will, we have a bit of more time for discussion. So I will ask maybe Roosi a question, because there was a comment about social media. So maybe Roosi, you can comment what kind of social media platforms, there's so many different, has been beneficial in your networking with farmers, maybe other researchers, maybe some comments on that?
So social media platforms, this is just my personal opinion. I would like to first say that. But there is a lot of research how people bring their work home. So when I started with these projects, I did actually work on like Facebook also, this work chat. But then I understood that this is slippery road, because then you're in your chat, and in your chat you have work, in your chat you have these personal things, you have friends, you have family. And they're like, from a personal point of view, there should be channels for work and channels for personal issues. So I actually narrowed. So I went, email is work, and other channels are for pleasure. I have done actually, well, when necessary, like Zoom meetings, Skype, you know, everything when it's necessary, but not actively, because at the end of the day, when you end up like with 8 different portals doing work issues, like it is really scattering for your mind. And what I started when I did this project managing, I did everything through my personal email. So I had my business things, my personal things, my this cluster things in one email. Then I understand, oh, this is no go. So I have 3 emails. One is for my business, one is for project, and one is my personal. And it works better for me. So I know exactly what route I'm taking. On Facebook, no work. This is no go. But with this communication agency that I was talking about, they did this research that they found that Instagram, especially for my cluster and for the soil cluster, would be good way to go. And this is what I knew earlier, actually, is that when you have social media platform and you don't post like every week 2 or 3 times, then it's like worse when not having anything. So the focus is on web page. There is more detailed information, more scientific for scientists, for farmers, different presentations, and it will be for these people. And this Instagram account will be more to people who would like to know about soil, who would like to know what we do, more easygoing, and we will stick with only 2, web page and Instagram, because right now in this cluster there is only 2 of us, and managing Instagram account is like full-time job. Like companies hire people to do marketing, to do one media. So so we really need to focus, in my opinion, just my opinion, to one. And on our case, like two. So yeah, this is my answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Roosi. I think it's very important points, and especially to keep things separated. Otherwise, you get scattered and you don't know where to answer in which form even. So you have to be. It's good when you have organized all things. So thank you. And in chat, we have a very nice comment from Hardi also, that it's very important. Everything should be said also shortly. As I mentioned, it's a good scientific background, but also you have to deliver your message as shortly as, of course, possible. I can tell you a small example from the university about that one. So when the professor was asked for the interview in media for talking about his research, when it was like, it's a 3 minutes interview. Professor was, oh no, I don't have time. They was, okay, we can give you half an hour. Okay, maybe. And when they said, we will give you an hour, okay, then I will come. So usually the scientists like to talk all the results through, very long, maybe some theoretical background. So it's important that everything is said shortly. And there is also a question, maybe following up from the social media. I don't. If you mentioned the Instagram already, but there is also asked a question about TikTok. Maybe Roosi, a quick answer about that one, or maybe Instagram is the new social media. Is it maybe, do you see any benefits there for your side or not?
Yes, well, TikTok is definitely how to catch younger audience, which for farming sector, like the whole farming sector, is really important. But I trust the communication agency, and they said Instagram is the way to go for you based on their knowledge, their research. So this is why I am not actually outing TikTok. In my personal opinion, TikTok would be like the next thing to do, because we have in this soil cluster, we would like to really communicate with younger audience, because this is in our heart, that we would like to get this younger people, like these are teenagers in TikTok and early teenagers, to even know and to consider that there is this topic that is soil. So it would be good, but right now we're just sticking with Instagram, and maybe later, if we have the resources. This is always the question.
Very good. I see. Thank you. I see that the social media ideas is really lighting up in the chat also. There is like TikTok was mentioned also in the Finnish Rural Network, as I see. And really, it's really teenagers at the moment there, as Roosi very well said, but it's the future. So we have to keep an eye definitely on these ones. And there is a question also, maybe we can comment on Alistair. What about Scotland? Maybe some examples. It is said that Estonians like Facebook, must agree, and the other Horizon projects use Twitter a lot. Maybe not so popular in Estonia, in my opinion, maybe my subjective opinion. So maybe I will take a comment from Alistair. Can you comment on that? What kind of social media is maybe good communication platform for you in Scotland? Do we have Alistair? Mm-hmm. Okay, at the moment Alistair is not ready to communicate, but I think it's a nice idea. Everybody can think about their country's different social opinion. So we have a bit more time. We have a question in room again, so I will give mic to Konstantin again.
Yes, I have the same question to both, to Roosi and Petri. I shortly described the situation in a full Europe. There existing a lot of Horizon 2020 projects, which are strongly struggling with the dissemination activities. There is a lot of what's going on in the frame of these projects. A lot of results, documents, papers, fact sheets, videos as well, and other materials. But they are struggling how to reach the very end user, like a farmer. From your opinion, is it some certain activities or complex activities, or some certain, I don't know, social media channels, or preferably, how to say, the physical meetings? What do you think about it? So, Petri.
Yeah, that's a big question, that how we found those information, who is done what and when. Of course, the project information should be in one platform, like in EIB platform. There is knowledge about those projects, so that's one option. To find something, you can use keywords, and that's. But of course, it takes time to study those. It's always the problem that where you focus and use your time to search things. So it's competition about your time. I don't know what is the best way to find those right information, what you really need in your research. But well, one option is update always your project information to the EIB platform. So it's one possible way. But of course, it's always late. What you are doing next, you don't know that. So it's very interesting always what you are doing next. So what you are developing next, like so you can work together and so on. But that kind of information is very hard to deliver that kind of platform. So it's more something like social media platform where you can deliver what you are doing next and where you need maybe help. So, but I don't know what is the best solution for that.
Okay, thank you. And Roosi, shortly, please.
Yes. So thank you for the question. It really is challenging to answer this. And to be honest, this is the reason why our soil cluster, why we went to see this communication agency that actually in Estonia is big agency, and they do communication, for example, for Swedbank and these big companies, and how to get our information heard and seen. Because what I noticed, and it was even before COVID, that, for example, in Estonia, these field days, there are so many that farmers, they can't show up to every field day. And the reality is one farmer goes to maybe 2, 3, 4 field days or information days during the season, and even in the winter. They don't go around always on these days that we arrange. And to get people come, it's long drive, people have to work, it's always this opportunity cost. You know, they think like either I go there or I do work. And I see it's important to arrange these, but we should somehow bring them together, because like this evaluation system for projects, how it's been, how they're evaluated, like at least innovation clusters in Estonia, there was these distribution points, and it was kind of mandatory to put like information days that you need to communicate face to face with farmers, but farmers are really busy, so I don't see as this being like these field days and these days being solution, the only solution or a really good solution anymore, because time is more and more valuable as we move and this world gets more and more busier. And in Estonia also one topic is, this is really personal, and several people and several farmers have told me, is that when they work for like owners, they are the CEO, but they are, you know, they get salary, they're not the owners of this farming company. It's actually, they're expected most of the time to be in the farm and check everything, do everything. So when they go around too much, they really have to explain, like, where do you go, what information to get, what do you do. And so it's not easy decision for them. And these are leaders of like big farms. They say like, it's not easy because the owner is on my back, like asking like, okay, why weren't you here like 3 days a week? So this is a real problem. And And this is why this communication with these newspapers, and by newspapers, I mean, nowadays they're more on the internet. And as I said already, articles come first in Google search. And this is what the communication bureau said, like, you have to write articles, you have to write, and you have to do it like very constantly about the same topic. So right now it's within this month, like 4 articles in different newspapers comes out from soil cluster. And I'm just searching for topics, how to write and how to write about, like I can write about soil biota, about fertilizing. I have different research topics in cluster, and how to sell these to journalists, because they also have a lot of opinion, like a lot of options what to write about, and they need to get clicks. So it's not like good solution and one solution for this problem, but this is the road that I'm taking right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Roosi.
Thank you. I see that the discussion is really lighting up, but we are already in time schedule. I would recommend just check from the chat. There was a really nice comment about from Mark Redman. Thank you, Mark, but everybody can read it from the chat. And we have a final minute to take to check the masterpiece that is painted. So maybe we can check the video before we go to the lunch really quick. So here we can see the first presentation from Roosi. There is a nice picture from the microbiota of the soil, as we talked about that a lot. And really to have this soil protection and to ensure that realistic identification of farmers' challenges. So the farmers are a really important part of this part. They have to really understand what's going on there. And of course, as we mentioned, farmers are really agreed to work on that if they see the profit there. So the research or the innovation must be profitable for farmers. So now moving on to the next presentations, we had about soil and Latvian state forest, and there is a nice pictures and chemical beakers as usually. And of course, 2 very important things for soil, digestate and wood ash that they learned in their project. And important to work together with scientists. But of course, there is also mentioned that sometimes it can be tricky because scientists are extra preed. But now moving on to Petri's presentation about data and bringing this kind of new tools and work together with farmers. They had many partners in their project, as they mentioned. And of course, as we talked a lot in the end, that communication can be challenged, and it's important to have communications maybe in different language. And of course, Petri also mentioned that collecting the data was really a big thing in their project. So these kind of nice highlighted things from our drawing. We will have the full drawing in the end of the seminar. But now it's time for lunch. And we have about 1 hour for lunch. Please be on time, as we are continuing with a session that is concentrating on food production and processing. So I will promise you for the beginning even more cheesier jokes, because it's the food, my personal topic also. So I will wish you a good bon appetit, and we will meet you back almost even a bit less than 1 hour. So see you. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had nice lunch. We definitely had some good food here. And now we continue with our online workshop, Strength in Numbers, Network to Innovate. And now we move on with a session that is concentrating on food production and processing. And as everybody is still, maybe somebody is still joining, hurrying from lunch, then I promised some joke before we start with the official program. And as you already know, I make only cheesy jokes. And what can be more cheesy than joke about cheese? So, what is the most religious cheese? What do you think? The answer is, of course, Old Swiss cheese, because it's holy. So I hope you get that cheesiness in this joke. But now it's my pleasure to move on with my colleague, actually from Center on Food Fermentation Technology, Mari-Liis Tammik, please. She will talk about extruded meat analogs.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. My name is Mari-Liis Tammik, and I am a PhD student at Tallinn University of Technology. And I also work as a researcher at Center of Food and Fermentation Technologies, which is a contract research organization based in Tallinn, Estonia. And my main research areas is development of meat alternatives from Nordic crops. And our project was the fermentation of oat protein for meat alternatives. The main objective of this product was to develop a pilot scale production method of extruded meat alternatives made from oat protein. And it was funded by the Good Food Institute based in the United States. Our project contained different work packages. So first, determination of anti-nutrients in the protein mixtures, fermentation and enzyme treatment. So to see if it's possible to decrease those anti-nutrients, to extrude the plant protein mixtures, and how to make end products from them. And also we finished with consumer study of our prototype. So the Good Food Institute is an international nonprofit in the United States with 5 affiliate offices in Brazil, Europe, Israel, India, and Asia Pacific. So they have grown a lot during the years. And their main mission is to develop a roadmap for sustainable, secure, and just protein supply. So they want to identify the most effective solutions, so how to make plant-based meat or cultivated meat products, to mobilize resources and talent, and to empower partners across the food system to make those alternative proteins accessible and affordable. And they are dedicated to advancing foundational and open access research in alternative protein space and creating thriving research and training ecosystem. So as I mentioned before, they are funding plant-based meat, dairy or seafood research, cultivated meat, and also fermentation technologies. So we received our grant in January 2019. It was up to 18 months, and our grant award was $250,000. It was their first research grant, so we were very lucky. And they had 7 plant-based projects, which one of us was ours, and also 7 cultivated meat projects. And the only requirements during this project was to deliver 2 reports, so midterm report and the end report, to say what were our findings, our results during this project, and also to have an open access publication in a science magazines. So it was fairly easy regarding this, and we were able to focus on our research rather than paperwork. And definitely check out more information on their homepage, so gfi.org. They have a lot of information regarding research grants by their own institute or around the world. Also different databases, information regarding this area. So what were the challenging? Of course, every project has their own challenges, and I wanted to bring out two of them, which I thought was the most important one. So first, it was more project specific. So extruding, for example, extruding fermented material has been a bottleneck for us. This project was definitely competence building for us. So we had to work all of those technologies from ground up. We didn't have a lot of experiences, for example, with extruding before. So when we had this fermented material or enzyme treated material, which was more viscous, we couldn't extrude it. So as you can see in the picture, it was just stuck in the machine. And we had to dry the material before to have a dry material or dry powder and then extrude it. So this was definitely something that we didn't see before, and we had to adjust. And we now see that fermenting and enzyme treatment is definitely something for plant-based dairy industry. And the other thing was, when considering using partners, have former agreements before submitting the proposal. So for us, we wanted to have different analytics made from other institutes. For example, the determination of anti-nutrients. But when we received the grant, we saw that the partner wasn't really competent, so we had to build our own methods from the ground up, and it was very time-consuming. But very important is to talk about work wins. So as I mentioned before, it was definitely a competence building project for us. It was the first big project where we can develop different technologies. We have received a lot of interest in our work from the international partners in the food or academia, but also in Estonia. So after the Good Food Institute projects, we received funding for our project with plant-based Proteins Innovation Cluster, or a TWIC, where we have different partners from Research Institute, but also commercial partners. Also, Vegestar, who is a commercial partner of us, they wanted to develop further this plant-based meat recipe in the industrial scale. And it was funded by the Enterprise Estonia. And we also have X Prize competition where we are a semi-finalist. It's a very well-known and big international competition, and there we are developing plant-based seafood alternatives. And during this project, we were able to develop a lab-scale technology for producing plant-based meat alternatives. As you can see on the picture, it is a prototype of ours, and also to publish different articles in this area. So thank you for listening. I hope it was interesting. It is definitely a bit out of the box funding scheme, but definitely if you have any more questions regarding this funding or about GeoFi of our work, then please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Aitäh, Mari-Liis. It was a very nice presentation, and as you mentioned, thank you for introducing a Good Food Institute, maybe a bit different scheme to get funding, but and thank you also opening for the topic of plant-based meat. So it's a nice introduction for our session, food production and processing. And as we are already in the chat, please write questions in the chat, or you can keep them also for later when we have a Q&A sessions. We will have all 3 presentations, and then we will have discussion and answering 2 questions. And all the presenters are ready to answer to your questions. And thank you, Mari-Liis, again for nice, honest challenges that you highlighted. And also, as you see from this project, there was another interesting organization or cluster growing out from this project, plant-based protein innovation cluster. So it's a really nice example how the research is continuing. But now we move on to Latvia. We will hear a presentation from Liene Ozola.
Hello everyone, my name is Liene Ozola and I am a food and drinks technologist at LTD. Today I would like to talk about some basics on working in a cross-sectorial cooperation project. The name of our project is Development of Medicinal Food for Patients of Malnutrition, Dysphagia, creating a new nationally significant product with a high added value. The aim of this project was to create new products that would satisfy the needs of people suffering from malnutrition and dysphagia. There were two major elements to establishing this project. At first, finding cooperation partners. An idea of a project with this aim was already in the works, but when finding out about this financial support, works on finding additional partners began. The second major element was to establish goals and outline major steps to reach these goals, and of course, giving the project its name. Other European Union funding options were discussed and considered, but this opportunity just opened and seemed very interesting and appealing to us. We had also applied for funding to purchase additional production equipment that would be more suitable for production of the newly developed food products. However, it was denied, so we adapted our own equipment and production processes to the best of our abilities and collaborated with one other food manufacturer. The project itself started in 2018 and is supposed to be finished by December 31st of 2021. It is funded by Rural Development 2014-2020 for operational groups. The overall budget was slightly over €500,000. That was divided between 13 partners, which included LTD as a food manufacturer and leading partner, Scientific Institute, Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, Riga Stradiņš University, Latvia Association of Dietitians, Institute of Food Safety, Animal Health and Environment, BIOR, and 8 farmers. When establishing the project and looking for partners, at first we addressed existing interested parties and had many conversations about what we would like to accomplish with this project, brainstorming ideas, setting goals. When choosing other partners, it was important to assess their input and accomplishing this project. Their skill set, promotion possibilities, ability, and accessibility to cooperate was very important. Regarding communication, having a project manager crucially helped to communicate with the instances that provided funding about overall funding flow, as well as keeping up with all of the reports and other paperwork and communicating between partners about any changes if the project goes according to timelines. The bigger partner groups had delegated coordinators and additional staff to help to oversee all of the deadlines, closely following the funding flow. In case of quick communication, group emails were used, corresponding to group coordinators, therefore ensuring that everyone in the group receives the needed information. Also having regular meetings, at least every 6 months, if needed more, to give a quick overview on what has been done or and addressing any problems that need to be solved. Working in a large group for an extended period of time can get very challenging in times. Trying to find a middle ground between the way other fields operate, understanding their needs, and the thing that needs to be done for the project. Overall, ambitious goals, limited timeline and unexpected delays during research and product development time was challenging, and COVID-19 was an unexpected challenge that everyone had to quickly figure out how to work without losing much time and our minds. Also, some things that might have been avoided included a more accurate financial estimate and setting smaller, more realistic goals, but experience comes with time. Looking back, we feel that more in-depth market research was needed, but we relied on the experience and base knowledge of some of our partners. Definitely setting smaller goals and having a more detailed task plan for each of the partners would have helped. And having a more individual understanding of each separate farmer, evaluating their possibilities and having clear conversation on what is expected of them is the one thing that we should have done. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you, Liene. Paldies, Liene. It was very nice presentation, and if I have to highlight some things, then it was very nice to hear from you that smaller goals lead to bigger final goals. So very nice that you highlighted this one, and also that market needs are important. So, and this was, we already have some questions in chat regarding to your presentation, Liene, and previous one already. There is already some answering going on, but I will definitely give a word to the presenters later to maybe extend their answer. But before that, I will give word and open the discussion. We will hear the third presentation of this session, and I will give word to Veli Hietaniemi from Natural Resources Institute of Finland, Luke.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veli Hietaniemi, and I am coming from Natural Resources Institute Finland, Luke. And thank you very much also for the invitation to give a talk in your online workshop, Strength in Numbers Network to Innovate. My topic is today Sastavilja, production of healthy, safe and traceable brand cereals. The aim of the Sastavilja project was to create a separate story and brand for the grain produced in Sastamala in Pirkanmaa province in Finland, together with Sastavilja Farmers Network. The Sastavilja Farmers Network is very good group, and I have been working with them over 10 years. And also in this project, these farmers were involved and doing the work together with us. Also in this project, we got a very good industry partner, very idea-rich business partner, Polar Glucan Ltd. And we concentrated on very specialized, healthy, safe and traceable grain raw material. But especially we focused on oats. The development project was funded by the Oats and Reitti, Center for Economic Development, Transport and the Environment, and Farmers Association NTK Vammala. Total budget was 47,000 euros. It is not so much, but anyway, we got very nice results with this sum of money. And as I said, we have had in this project very good group, very good team, and very expertise and experienced partners, because they know very well the whole chain, the whole grain chain from field to table. And the branded cereals from Sastamala for the international market, Sastavilja, was implemented between 2015-2019 in cooperation with the Natural Resources Institute Finland, Kaski and Pietilä Farms, and the Sastamala Farmers Network. So there is 50-60 farmers in this group, and this Farmers Association MTK Vammala and Polar Glucan Ltd. And we have had, as I said, a very long history, and we have done many projects together, and that's why it was a very good beginning also to this Sastavilja project. And our cooperation, it was very fruitful, and I think that the parties committed themselves ambitiously to the implementation of the project objectives. Of course, there is always challenges in these projects, and also we met some challenges. And especially, I think that it was very challenging to build international cooperation and find suitable markets for specialty oats. But we work hard, and we clarify very well these customers' expectations and requirements regarding the quality, traceability, and intended use of the oat raw material. And by that way, we move on, and we managed to get nice results, and we also open up these international markets. And I think that these spearheads very specialized oat cultivation and export of poor oats. We focused on these two, and I think that it was enough. It is not good to take so many spearheads, only some, and focus on them. But it's always important to do your homework well and really find out the customer's expectation and requirements in advance. And as I have said, it is good to look back always. You can learn about the history. You can learn always from the previous projects. And also in this project, we learned a lot how to make good results as a team. But what is important, I have to say that always in the beginning of the project, or from the beginning of the project, it is worth investing in good interaction, close and interactive communication, and up-to-date information, both in the project team and for the project target groups and customers in the food chain. So we make work with these expectations of the project target groups and customers. We also try to find all the requirements, what is needed in the export market. And by that way, we got these results. We open up really the international markets with this farmers network, and also we learned a lot about the quality of oats and how to cultivate safety and high technical quality oats. And as a summary, I would like to remind all of you and think about that it is a big plus for development project if the target groups and customers can be provided with the knowledge and skills and results that they could not have imagined. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kiitos, Veli. Really interesting example of creation of story and local brand of certain location or province, as you said. And I was starting to imagine after your presentation that Sastamal oat, maybe it could be as famous as cognac or parmesan or something like that, as really local name, Calvados, for example. And how to improve that, or I was thinking even further that maybe some famous chef like Jamie Oliver, for example, who is doing like his healthy foods, and maybe he will tell in his recipe that you have to add now Sastamaa oats. So this will be perfect, perfect storyline in this case. And also something really important from your presentations, actually in all the presentations in this session, that find out customer expectations and also what consumers are waiting. So this is really important when dealing with this kind of topics. But now we will open up our Q&A session, and we have some questions already in chat. And I would like to first, not to start on my own, I would like to first give a word to Alistair. He has a very nice different linked questions and very nice start to open up our discussion. So please, Alistair.
Hi, thanks, Rain. I was struck by the presentation on oats, and it occurred to me I'm probably not going to. I'm not sure if anybody can answer this, but I've been thinking quite a lot recently about national protein strategies and the work of the Rural Innovation Support Service in Scotland in terms of working with farmers on developing assurance for gluten-free oats, blockchain, and oat drinks, and developing a sort of a business model there with producers. And I guess it just kind of got me thinking that plant-based proteins are the future. Will they replace livestock? That's an open question. How do we take producers? Can producers own the process, if you like, not just growing the product, but actually developing the what will ultimately go to the consumer through the supply chain. So yeah, it was really just an open question about, is there a role for innovation brokers? What role does funding play? Can funding anticipate these changes in the marketplace? Governments tend to be quite far behind the real world, if you like. How do we keep pace with that? But I suppose the other side of the coin is, how do we strike that balance with the needs of the livestock sector, for example, which in many countries, including Scotland, is a very big sector. Can they shift to alternative forms of production? Can they find new markets for their products? And what is the role of policy, research, and businesses themselves in helping farmers get from A to B?
Thank you. Maybe we can start. There was many different angles, and maybe Mari-Liis Tammik, can you maybe add some comments on your side, because you're working with plant proteins?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, very good question. A lot of interesting ideas, definitely. And as I answered before, I think this project of TWIC, where we have farmers, food producers, and producers all in the same pot, as to say, is to involve farmers for new food development. And it is very important to have very good collaboration with farmers, because they are producing the raw material. Either is it for food stock, is it for different food products like dairy alternatives or meat alternatives. And I think they need the information at the moment the most, like what to grow, what are the varieties, what should be the functionalities of the materials, because if you are developing different food products, other dairy alternatives, meat alternatives, the functionality of the materials like really important. So, and we need to communicate this in different levels.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. There was already a question about the crop varieties. What kind of crops are already used? I saw you answered already, but maybe you can also comment on that. Do you have already added some suggestions what kind of crops are useful in terms of meat alternatives and protein. So maybe some additional comments on that.
We have another partner that is dealing only with the varieties and crops, and this is Estonian. Annika, can you help me out? Polli Aiandusuuringute Keskus, sorry, who is dealing with the crop varieties, and they will eventually give their opinion about what to grow and how much protein concentration is in there. So, and at the moment we are still we have testing. So, what are the best varieties? But at the end of the project, we will give our opinion about those varieties.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. I will now give a word to Veli also, and there is also the question. I don't know if Veli has something to add in terms of this oat proteins. If you have, you can also add this. But I will also ask you the question of finding markets for specialty oats. Is it easy? Is it helping that we are in the Nordic region where oats are very well known, and we are everybody knows that oats are from Nordic and healthy. So how do you comment on that?
Okay, thank you for this discussion. So the question of protein, I agree, it's very important, and also it is very important in Finland. And in the case of oats, for example, I can give you an example. We have had here in Finland such a best Finnish recipe competition, and there I was also involved in that competition in one product. So it's called kaurakas, and there we talk about this high protein contents in this pasta, kaurakas pasta, and it was a very nice way or very nice story where I have been involved last month, and there we talk about that how to get enough protein as a natural way. So there we talk about natural way. The whole protein is coming from oats. There is no pea or fava bean or that kind of plants increasing the protein content. But then if you think about these international markets and how we manage to reach these international markets with quite a small farmers group. So that was a very interesting story. And of course, we know that Finnish oats is very famous in Central Europe. And then we began discussions to that direction. So, and then by that way, we managed to get such a right persons which helped us, and then we really opened up these international markets, and we talk about Central Europe and especially Germany in our case. So we exported poor oats to Germany. So of course, Nordic countries, in Sweden, in Norway, oats is famous, but I think that there is a lot of interest in Central Europe, and I think that oats is also coming globally more and more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Veli. It was a very good answer to both questions that I asked. And before we switch the topic from oats, I will use my power to be moderator and ask a small question about oats before I go to questions to Liene. But Veli, from my side question, because I'm a sensory scientist also, Is there any specific sensory attribute in this Sastamala out that you would highlight, or any different in this case?
Yes, it is. Over 10 years ago, we started to talk about varieties specialized cultivation. So it's really a question of variety and the chemical composition of variety. In the beginning of our story, we started to cooperate with cosmetic industry. And there was the question of high beta-glucan contents. And then we select varieties which have high beta-glucan contents. But now, today, as I said, in this concerning this competition, so now we are talking about also protein, high protein varieties. So it's we are responsible for these varieties in the beginning of this field to table chain. So there we have to select right varieties, and it is the starting point. And we have to also separate these varieties there in the beginning at farm level. So it is not possible to go for further if we mix these varieties. Then we do not get enough high beta-glucan or protein contents in these products, and we do not answer to the customers' questions then.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Veli. Thank you. And now I will move on from oats to Liene's presentations, ideas, and there was a question, Liene, I will read it through. Through the communication, did you reach some unexpected interested parties? If yes, which ones? Were these strangers useful for you, for your work? Liene.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Liene, we can hear you well.
Okay, and good. Something's wrong. Regarding unexpected, I don't really think so. The people we started this project with together were already mostly people that we had talked before and had discussed the ideas. Maybe some unexpected was new other product like ingredient manufacturers that contacted us and wanted to help us during the stage when we looked for additional ingredients for creating these products. We looked for other protein sources and additional vitamin and mineral additives that we could use to add in these products. So from that side, maybe some other interested parties contacted me, and I have a couple of those collected for further research needs. Nothing else pops in my head right now.
Thank you, Liene. And now we have a question from room, from Konstantin, please.
Yes, I have a question to Mari-Liis. You mentioned in your presentations a couple of times that we are dealing with a very different funding scheme. And my question is, how different is the funding scheme comparing with the European one? It's more difficult, a lot of reporting, or applying it's, how to say, the prolonged, or can you describe in 2 words?
Well, we chose this because at that time, a couple of years ago, when we started looking for funding schemes, there wasn't any that could support our resources in this topic or this area. And this was the first bigger funding at this topic. So I found it quite easily, as I mentioned, I think in the presentation as well. So we had only some reports just to give our main results regarding our research. And we could also have a presentation at the webinar. And so I think it was fairly easy compared to some of the European ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. And there is some discussion going on in the chat. I'm just checking. And we always have very nice comments from Mark Redman. I don't know if Mark is maybe wants to join our chat. Just checking for that, because Mark has added in previous sessions also very nice comments. Maybe you want to join with our discussion, Mark, and ask some additional questions. Is Mark available?
Thanks for the comment. I don't really have anything very kind of specific to add, but the point I made in the chat was really following on from the comment that Alistair had made. And I think it's really obvious that there are so many interesting potential interventions and actions, but in order to support this really interesting societal challenge of, you know, transforming our food systems and making them more plant protein based, all I was arguing for in the chat, or suggesting in the chat, is this need for a kind of, we talk about, you know, innovation. We're very, very excited, particularly at the moment, about the opportunities of EU funding for the EIP Agri. But also much of that is about this kind of open innovation. And I think there's a strong case for much more mission-orientated innovation. The strategic alignment of, you know, the different actors, policymakers, researchers, value chain actors, much more strategic alliance towards the achievement of very specific objectives. And I think in that respect, I mean, clearly there are some examples at an EU level. We find examples at a national level. But what intrigues me very much, especially in a conversation such as this, which is dominated by participants from the Baltic region, what intrigues me very much is the idea of strategic mission-orientated innovation at a kind of a macro regional level. And I'm just wondering if, to what extent that strategic alignment of research interests, and in particular of innovation interests, and creating a common space for co-innovation and co-creation, I'm wondering to what extent there is already cooperation around the Baltic on these kind of strategic issues, or are we talking more at a national level? So thank you very much for that, and thank you for the invitation to this. And greetings from Romania, by the way. Cheers.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Greetings back to Romania. Unfortunately, I don't have any words from in Romanian language to show up. But thank you for good comments. And maybe this is a good point to open up discussion. Actually, we can start, as it was for Baltics, maybe we can start from Latvia, Liene. Maybe you have some comments about cooperation between Latvia, Baltic states in your field exactly.
So I'm trying to remember if I know a close contribution, like kind of a in-works project. I don't really remember any. At least I have worked on a couple of projects, but this seems very interesting, and it would be something that I would personally be very interested to working in. But I think if we're creating a kind of a project with a specific goal, which in national of a national size, it's very good. But I will agree to Mark that it would be maybe a lot more interesting and possibly creative and definitely more appealing to the whole world if maybe we would do it like he's mentioned between the Baltic countries. I think we could do a lot more. Especially, I have to mention that whilst producing these new products, the basis was taking as many ingredients as possible from Latvian farmers, from other manufacturers that we can produced here in Latvia, we came to the point that there were certain ingredients that that aren't manufactured here. So we also had to work with Lithuania, and I think we also had a couple of ingredients sent from Great Britain, just because they weren't found in a locally, so we had to kind of extend that one. So if there would be a project that would involve already several countries, I think that would be very exciting and fruitful.
Thank you, Liene. It's nice to hear that you're ready to cooperate with in Baltics. And also maybe to follow up with the same question to Mari-Liis, as we are finishing with Baltics. So is there any cooperation plant-based protein? How is the situation in Baltics with the plant-based protein?
I wish it was bigger, always. Because I agree with Liene. If we have like this roadmap or mapping of different, who are the growers, who are the producers, then we have more information in our side as well. So for example, when we started extruding different plant proteins, it was very hard to get, for example, oat proteins, fava bean proteins, but now we know that we could get some materials from aloe. So we have a cooperation with them now. So yeah, if there would be like some kind of mapping, what kind of producers are there, how could they help in this innovation and research, it would be also easier for us to contact them and see how can we make any cooperation or projects together.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. Yes, very good point. And actually there is a nice comment about this topic also in chat from Jose Gutierrez, that there is always one thing is to collaborate, but there is always competitiveness and competition between the markets. Let's say even there are relatively small countries here in Baltics, but still competitions between our farmers also. So that's a very good point. And now I will give a word to Finland, to Veli, and ask also maybe you can also comment in these terms, this topic that we are already discussing, cooperation, but other side, maybe the competition. Do you see it, let's say this same Sastamaala out, like do you see there is possibility for cooperation between Baltics and Finland in this case, or it's rather maybe a competition? How do you see this?
Yeah, thank you. I think that Mark's comment was a very, very important. Of course, I think that cooperation, it is possible and it is needed always. I know that oats is coming, I think so, more and more important also in Baltic countries, and the cultivation of oats is increasing, if I have understood right. But we know at the moment, if I think in previous years, we have not cooperated in the Baltic countries concerning oats. I think that more interaction and discussions and workshops we have arranged concerning mycotoxins in cereals, these safety aspects. It has been such a I think that key question in many Nordic countries, and also we have had that kind of discussions and workshops and seminars together. But I don't know, is there any such a hard competition? If I think about oats and oat products and what is coming in that sector, and how much our in the industry sector are putting efforts to that sector, so it's very, very nice to follow. And I think that it's coming more and more important also in Baltic countries together, and we can increase or or how I can say, this oats boom is going on, and I think that is going on in Central Europe, in Baltic countries, and globally, as I said. So in the future, we can increase our cooperation and do the things together, and research, product development, whatever.
Thank you, Veli. Yeah, I agree that definitely the needs for oats is growing, as of course with some trend and innovation, especially in plant-based and also some other crops. Hopefully, faba beans, for example, was already mentioned. But now we have a question from our room. Konstantin, please.
Yes, I continue my topic. I have questions to Liene and Veli. Why actually you have chosen some certain funding scheme? It's more appropriate to your needs. It's easy to get funding, or there is another reasons why you have applied. Yeah, Liene.
We can start with Liene.
Specifically for this funding scheme, I can't actually answer you why this particular, because my employers chose this one. We had talks about several different opportunities, but I believe one of them were the reasons why this was appealing, because it was also the size of the funding and the time. Even then, we knew that the type of product that we would like to develop takes time, and we can't do it in 1 or 2 years. And we also needed a lot of assistance from both the farmers and the medical staff, because this is a specific product group meant for patients with severe eating disorders. So I believe those were one of the main reasons why this funding was chosen. Also, if I correctly believe that this type of funding, when we applied it, just came out in 2017, and I had already started working on my PhD thesis, which was part of this project is in my thesis. So this type of funding just came in the right time, and that's why I believe it was chosen.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Liene. And now the same question to Veli.
Yeah, I think that this kind of funding is very, very important when we are talking about locally or province-based money, because in our story, and in this case, we want to really cooperate here together with farmers. We want not to keep nice talks that you have to cooperate farmers and the story begins from the field. But it is reality, and the story really begins from the field. And if you think about this funding, it is just suitable for that kind of work. We can work together with farmers and start from the field, and then we have some good and good industry partners involved in these projects. And of course, now in this case, the research institute is leading the project. I have learned a lot in this story, or from this story, and I think that also the farmers, they have been very, very, very satisfied that we come to the farm and we really work together with farmers there at the farm and then in the whole food chain.
Thank you, Veli.
Thank you.
It was, if I take them together, the answers, then it's like the best funding for suitable problem, or if I put it to my words. And but as Mari-Liis talked about quite different funding, maybe, so to say, it's from the US. So maybe Mari-Liis, you can open up How did you find this? Did you had like the topic in your mind and you looked for specific funding? And why in the, let's say, from our perspective, quite far funding? Can you maybe comment on that?
Yeah, the topic is a bit controversial, plant-based meat and plant-based dairy. So why I chose this is mainly because I didn't have to explain to them, so the Good Food Institute, why this topic is relevant. So I think this was the main reason that we chose this non-profit organization, and of course the funding was quite big, so we could do a lot of research with it. So I think those were the main reasons why we chose this funding scheme.
Thank you. Thank you, Mari-Liis. Very good answer, very understandable. And but can you comment now that, as I mentioned, you already have new works going on plant-based processing. You have the cluster. So is it now easier to get funding for this kind of topic after this kind of, let's say, first success stories?
Well, I hope so. Of course, the European Commission has also gave out their Green Deal. So I see that everything is moving to this direction, that we need research with the plant-based ingredients, because there are a lot of challenges, whether they're functionalities, nutritional side. So we have a lot of challenges and we need a lot of research.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. I totally agree. As we see, we have different, like for example, if you have Finnish oats here, there can be, of course, the oats as the main food there, but also we can think about oat protein as a starter from plant-based meat or other alternatives. So there is many different funding and scientific interest there. We also have a question in chat to Liene. Probably you have seen it, but I will ask, is there any, we go a bit political, but is there any effect from Brexit and for the collaboration, Liene? Did you have any problems with that or some comments?
I don't remember we had a lot of difficulty with that. I think when we purchased and looked for, we ordered a specific amino acid from Great Britain, but I believe it was at that time when it was like on the verge, will the Brexit happen or will it not? So I don't remember a whole lot of problems with that. Maybe some delays in delivery time, but as far as that, nothing. To us, not that big of a problem.
Thank you, Liene. And do I remember correctly that your project is just ended or ending, or was it like?
The project is due to end on the 31st of December this year.
Soon.
So we have a couple of more months working on the final papers and putting everything together what we did over these about 4 years. So that is a lot of interesting time.
Yes, looking forward to that probably. But my question to lead to that was that, of course, we are talking about networking today, and you had different partners there also. So can you comment, has there any problems? Of course, we know what has been situation for some time now. Has there been any delay due to that we have more in home office, less maybe face-to-face meetings, networking? Has this affected your project somehow?
So last year I did work a lot more from home. It was during the time when the COVID restrictions actually started, but as a food manufacturer, as a technologist, and we also have the company is rather small, not that much changed for us because the production still had to go on. And we had to do our regular work. I can say that for some people, I know this time was a lot more freeing. They could spend more time at home. To me, it was the complete opposite. I did actually spend a lot more time by the computer, actually working, trying to communicate from one side to another. One of our partners is Rigas Dagnija University, which is a medical university. So they had a really rough time, and we had to work really with them to accompany the needs and the things that they were going through that time. Additionally, yes, I do have to say that we had some delays over the sample preparation because all of the restrictions we had to follow about the people amount that could be in one room or in the manufacturing facility, there were some delays. There were some things that we're still trying to go through because of one of the final stages that included clinical trials that our partner needs to do. So there are some unexpected delays about that, but we've created several other ways how to work around it and to overall reach the goal that we've kind of made for us. Other than that.
Thank you, Liene. I can imagine. I actually participated also in one clinical trial tuning this COVID thing, and it can be done, but it's still a bit more challenging than usual. So hopefully you will also be on time. And continue, we have a bit more time for discussion. I will maybe then, as we starting to talk more about networking, that is really important, and this is something that we highlight today, that this is what gets us to innovation. So Mari-Liis, I will ask you about, we talked earlier about the farmers also, and that it's not that you should show farmers what to do, but you should actually make them to understand why they have to do something. And we talked about starting to grow different crops. Is it easy to, how much, first of all, the question, two questions in one, how much do you communicate with farmers, you specifically, and is it easy to convince them, or are they already ready to start this, let's say, new view, start the protein part, not just for, let's say, just oats or other cereals, but actually they are growing this for plant-based meat?
Talking with farmers is definitely something that I do not, because I mainly develop the products in Livestock. So communicating with farmers is definitely more the job for our other partner. So Koili Horticultural Research Center. But we during this TRIC project, we have a lot of meetings with the clusters. So every time we have a meeting, we show them results. So whether these are from crop testings, product development, and we try to show what are the important parts of the development side. So I hope that they understand what are the challenges, but also why are we researching it, and why this topic is very important.
So you see a positive attitude towards this kind of subject like plant-based meat, yes, from farmers?
Yes, yes, and also another project, Viru Vili in Estonia. So these are only crop growers or farmers, and so they want to understand how to extract, for example, different fractions from oats or peas or fava beans. So what kind of functionalities these proteins have, and so this is continuing work. I see it.
Thank you, Mari-Liis. Yes, as I mentioned, we are colleagues with Mari-Liis, and I actually know also that there is a lot of different interesting research going on in terms of this plant-based meat and the different cereals or beans and protein sources. So not only strict myself with plant-based alternatives, I will ask maybe something that we have a bit more time for discussion to finish up. I will ask from Veli about from the last session before the lunch, we had quite interesting talk about social media role in our showing our work, especially communicating science to other interested parties, let's say politicians, everyday people. So Veli, maybe you can comment, as you talked about also specific crops, Sastama laud. How do you see this role of social media in this, and what kind of social media platforms you see the most potential in this case?
Yeah, thank you. I think that social media is coming more and more important. And also in our case, we little bit learned about that, and I, for example, opened up the Facebook group. It is the Sastavilja. That's a group from Sastamala, and I think that it is not so easy in the beginning, but if you have, for example, here 3 years projects, so during that time there was happening something, and more people were increased to come into this group and follow our Facebook pages, what is new, what has happened in that project. But I think that also, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's very important to give the information and tell about these results of the project all the time. And of course, not only in your project team, but also other target groups. So, and the social media, I think that it is a very, very good way to spread these results and information such a wide area, so and many target groups. So I think that we have to develop more and more this kind of social media actions.
Thank you, Veli. I think, yeah, as we discussed in the previous session, also the role of social media is very important nowadays, because we have to be seen what we are doing to get even more funding for our interesting topics, to get more people involved, and this is how we can continue our effort and to make maybe some innovation that is useful to everybody, to whole society. But okay, I think I'm starting to wrap up the discussion at the moment, as we have answered all the questions in the chat at the moment, and it would be nice to have a look for our drawing, because as I mentioned, maybe some of you who joined us later, the information is that we are making a nice masterpiece, as I call it. We are having a live drawing from each of your subjects, your presentation. And now it's time to check. I will add some comments from my side, but it's rather quick drawing. What kind of points and interesting things the artist Siri from Your Media picked up from your presentation. So let's see together. So from Mari-Liis Tammik, we can see that plant-based meat, very nicely drawn there, a cow made of oats or other cereals. So it's a nice picture there. And of course, meat alternatives, always the burger first. And as Mari-Liis mentioned, and it's well known, it has to be affordable. And of course, the accessible, but also the affordable. At the moment, it's still rather expensive. And that Mari-Liis highlighted why we need to continue with this. There is challenges, especially with extruding fermented material. So now to Liene's presentation, the artist picked up the ideas that to create new products, we have to satisfy the customer needs. It's important always to find the partners, and project manager has a really important role to help the communication. And from Sastavilja Veli, we can see the oats, famous oats there, and of course it has to have their own story. And Veli highlighted that they had a very great team. That's really important to have successful project. And it was built on customers' needs, skilled farmers, business partners, and healthy grains was the whole idea. So invest in good interaction. This is the important part from this presentation. So thank you. So I think it's time to wrap up with this kind of session, from food processing, food and processing. And we will have a coffee break now, 15 to 20 minutes. We will have timer clock running, so don't be late, but have a nice cup of coffee. And then we will finish up with livestock session. Of course, as usual, we will have a great joke in the beginning. So I hope you enjoy your coffee, and I welcome you back from 20 minutes now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had nice coffee break, some fresh air, some coffee or tea. And now we continue with our networking webinar, and we will continue with session Livestock. As everybody is gathering for the session, I will, as I promised, tell you one more joke. Maybe the last one, let's see. Maybe I have something for the end of the day also, but let's see. And as my jokes gets now even sweeter, so how do you call a cow jumping on a trampoline? It's a good livestock session. A milkshake, it's easy. But now let's move on with livestock, and actually cows are really important in this session, milk and cows. And first of all, I will give a word to Hardi Tamm from NGO Dairy Cluster, Estonia. So please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I've been asked to share with you our experience about ape transnational cooperation. My name is Hardi Tamm. I'm chairman of Estonian Dairy Cluster. Estonian Dairy Cluster, further EDC, was established in 2015. We have 23 members, 7 partners, and we have implemented ape group principles from the start, although we registered itself as the ape group in 2 years later. It is a cooperation of different abilities and needs. Mostly our members are farmers, 19 of them, different in size, but as farmers, mostly big, up to 2,000 heads, the biggest, but some are smaller, 2 dairy companies, 1 dairy society, and the Estonian Chamber of Agriculture and Commerce. Important here is that we have a focused approach. The reason why I mentioned the Estonian Chamber of Agriculture and Commerce is that they represent our members in most matters. NGO is dealing with innovation and R&D only. So clear roads help to focus. I can recommend it to everybody. Besides of our innovation projects, we also contribute to some other matters, for instance, Estonian Rural Development Program Strategy, and so on. And the purpose of the association is to find new opportunities for creating higher value added from the perspective of dairy production and processing chain, improve economic performance of sector enterprises, and increase global competitiveness through cooperation and various innovation activities. Of course, before the cross-border cooperation can start, we have built our capability. So when we have we wrote our first development program in 2015, then we received funding in 2016 for plan that had 5 main development pillars: breeding, feeding, herd health, milk quality, and export. And together with next development plan in 2019, we got the 6th, digitalization. Together with completing our first project in this first development plan, we have many of them. We have sought for possibility to proceed the project because we had developed technical platform for quick measurement of mastitis, and we're willing to go on with express test development. And there was from Estonian side, a cross-border cooperation was mandatory in Estonian 2018 call, and luckily we have received or found group from Finland, and we are working with them since then. In this MAVAS project, we developed together the express test for mastitis quick measurement. That means 15 minutes in farm conditions. We have also the second one, the Beefest, which develops beef herd management program, where we again have a lucky chance to use each other skills. And we can assure that the cooperation has supported both operation groups. And we're moving on. A good example of that is, besides of that we have got both new funding, we wrote together another project and asked Swedish and German counterparts to join, and received ICT Agri-Food project, sustain it recently. And you see in this page all of our projects so far. Besides of members' own contribution, we have used 3 measures from Rural Development Program, 16.0, 16.1, 16.2, you see them named here. And these measures, selection based on the need and availability. For instance, in this first project and also later, we have had many sub-projects. And the extra example is the recent Eranet co-founding ICT Agri-Food program. But in terms of building up international network, if we're willing to take it seriously, we have to foresee the funding source to all partners, and this can't be forgotten. Partners, in our case, were selected according to their expertise, including smaller group specific expertise. For instance, the university can be presented only with a small group. And first partners were selected with project ideas competition. NGO itself is managed by chairman that gets authorization from general meeting. And our work logic is that all projects are reported to me, and only pre-analyzed reports are presented to general meeting. That's how we value the time. If we gather already, we need to have pre-analyzed material. And also active communication with and without members of representatives through the project. This is a logical way we work. And new projects are formed based on results and new initiatives. For instance, our herd health program initiated establishment of automated solution for collecting health data to overcome labor-intensive care of youngstock. So that is a project in our digitalization process. I would mention from the challenges maybe the fact that support measures are typically not in favor of aggressive management style. So all the risk is yours. Why I'm saying that is, if it's an innovation project, innovation itself is unpredictable and success is rare. You can't pay bonus to partner if they succeed. That means you may have paid for failure and may have a problem with paying agency afterwards. In terms of cross-border cooperation, I would mention that member states having very different interests. Typically, they're willing to support their own regions. Often the regions even can't cooperate with each other. Plus, the bureaucracy is rather rigid in many countries. Also, we can say that operation groups in different countries are very different. Legislation is different. There are operation groups, aid groups. These groups can be very small. At the same time, I still would like to emphasize that this regional cooperation is a very important thing, and it shouldn't be seen in conflict. If we talk about global innovation level intention. But typically still, operation groups' ability is weak and they are not able to have a higher level funding afterwards. Very problematic is that there is no synchronized course yet. So we can say there is only member state perspective. There is no EU perspective. And I suggest that should be more pressure for cooperation in the measures. If I look back, most likely I have made the same choices what I have done so far. And I think that maybe our main role is to teach to our members how to order the innovation, how this process looks like, how patient you are, what this failure means, what that means that you are not buying the thing which is ready already. And as a cooperation initiative, a project example, what I can give you is there is a clear need for better herd health in farms. That means we look the herd perspective, not the single animal perspective. Our herd health management program validated that in 5 milk farms. We have proved this efficiency. We have shown that this herd health costs fell together with a small degree of drug usage and whatsoever. Afterwards, we put together next steps for farmers, for veterinarians training, for state, together with state officials. And now we have measures for Estonian 2030 Rural Development Program on the table. Plus, I see our role in international cooperation in agri-digitalization. If anything of if that work is important, you will find more www.piimacluster.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardi. Aitäh. I see already we are having questions in chat, but as previous sessions, we will answer and have a Q&A session after all 3 presentations. But please feel free to write your questions and comments in chat. Then we will have a nice discussion at the end of the 3 presentations. And to sum up the ideas that I picked up for Hardi's excellent presentation was that clear roles are really important. Higher value-added products using innovation are important, and they lift the competitiveness of sector. So it's really important to have innovation and to have really high-value products. And Hardi gave us a nice overview about NGOs' activities. But what I really liked in this presentation was the idea that the time is really valuable and everybody's time is really valuable. And pre-analyzed materials for meetings, it's really important. And Hardi gave us a very nice example about that there was a chairman who analyzed the data before meeting, and then it was, hopefully Hardi can later comment on that after this in a Q&A session, that then the time was more valuably used and everybody had more discussion was effective. So it's really nice. Strong leadership was the idea there that I really liked. And of course, the final idea that very well goes with our idea, networking, more pressure for cooperation. So this is also important because as we are here, networking is really important. But we will have discussion on all these nice topics later. Now I will give word to Anastacia Drebot, who is co-founder of Kavau. I hope I say it correctly.
Hello, I'm Anastacia Drebot. I'm the co-founder of startup company from Latvia. We are developing AI-based IoT system for mastitis diagnostics for cows. So the system consists of mainly 3 parts: the sensor that is mounted on cow's collar, the pink one you see on the screen, then the base station. So the signal from the sensor goes to base station and then to the cloud, where our AI algorithm process the data and give mastitis diagnostic result if the cow is healthy, has clinical or subclinical mastitis. So the aim of the project is to develop the system for remote mastitis diagnostics, defining healthy subclinical and clinical conditions. The main steps in launching the project was to find partners, to assign roles, to define activities and budget, and of course to prepare application. The year of founding was 2019. The name of the program, Rural Development for Operational Groups. The total budget was 367,000 euro for industrial research. We are in consortium with 7 partners. Our startup company is the leading company called the Vet Health Spectrum. We have as a partner Latvian University of Life Sciences and Technology, our veterinary partner. The Institute of Solid State Physics of Latvian University is our electronics development partner. Agrokatiņiki is the intensive dairy farm in Latvia. Ziluži, the full cycle dairy farm. Vikstu Brīvzemnieki, biological dairy farm. And LOSP, it's Cooperation Council of Farmers Organizations. As in every program, there are some advantages and some disadvantages. For us, as we are a startup company, 90% intensity is a very good offer. As usually in other programs, it's from 60 to 75% of intensity, but here it means that only 10% of co-financement is needed. The amount is for 500,000 euros. It's quite good to reach reasonable milestones, and it's non-equity. So the government doesn't take any equity in your company. Some disadvantages is that it's reimbursement scheme. So we needed to have money upfront to pay, and then we got reimbursed by the agency. Reimbursement time could be shorter again because of the lack of operational money. Only Latvian partners allowed so far, and commercialization activities are not allowed in the program. Key aspects in finding partners was their real interest in the project. We think it's very important. Also quick communication and of course expertise in this area. How we found these partners, just simple Googling by cold approach. And when we have a first partner, we used networking. We asked if they know someone who might be interested to join our project. Of course, it's very, how to say, very practical projects with the hands-on participation. We still, despite all the situation in the world, we still drove to farms and have been doing pilot tests. But when we need just something to discuss quickly, we use Google Meet. But of course, offline meetings are still important. The main challenge for us as we are a startup company, it's financial, operational money. And how we could avoid it, it's not in our, how to say, area of expertise, but it's probably the area for ministries maybe to consider changing reimbursement scheme to pre-financing. And so for startup companies, it would be much more beneficial. And looking back, probably we would pay much more attention to budget planning and project results definition. We would discuss this with people who already completed the same type of the project. So looking for really practical advice, so we could better define budget and project results. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm Anastacia Drebot. I'm the co-founder of this startup company. We are open to your questions, inquiries, cooperation. So if you are interested to talk, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paldies, Anastacia. Thank you for an interesting presentation. I liked your pros and cons approach, and it was nice to see pros and cons of the funding that you used. For example, if I pick up a few of them, the reimbursement scheme. So the money at front can be a problem, especially for a startup company, as you mentioned. And also that you need, as we are working on this topic, more changes of experience. That means more networking. So thank you. And we will definitely open up the questions. There is already a question for you also. But first of all, before we move to the questions and answers and discussion, we will have a presentation, the last presentation today from Salla Ruuska from Savonia University of Applied Science, Finland. And she will talk about Kuvanauta.
Greetings from Finland. My name is Salla Ruuska and I come from Savonia University of Applied Sciences. And today my topic is Kuvanauta, thermal imaging in cattle healthcare project. The objective of Kuvanauta project was to develop practice-oriented guidelines for the use of thermal cameras in cattle healthcare. And the idea for this project was born when one of our farmers tested thermal camera in her barn, because she wanted to find out if thermal imaging could be used in detecting sickness of the animal. In Kuvanauta project, first we did a review how thermal imaging has been used in animal production. And then we had discussions with our farmers, what were their needs and interests. After these discussions, we designed scientific experiments to find out whether it is possible, for example, to detect lame cows using thermal imaging. And after these scientific experiments and calculation of the results, we prepared guidelines how to take and interpret thermal images. And these guidelines were tested by our farmers and gave us valuable feedback. And the final result are these practice-oriented guidelines that are also published. The publication is mainly in Finnish, but you will also find the abstract in English and Spanish. And in addition, we did these short notes where we explained how thermal imaging can be used in detecting milk fever and also for monitoring hoof health. And you will find these instructions, also the English versions, from our website, and I will give you the link later. How Kuvanauta project was funded? Kuvanauta project was funded by European Innovation Partnership, and the year of funding was 2017. And our project was finished this June, and you see the total budget here. And the total budget included wages, equipment, for example, thermal cameras, and also other costs. And why we chose European Innovation Partnership funding was that we wanted to have a project where the farmers are actively involved. And so therefore, this European Innovation Partnership funding was selected. And I'm really happy that we got this funding. Kuvanauta thermal imaging of cattle project. The coordinator is Savonia University of Applied Sciences, where I work. And this is a project that we have done together with Natural Resources Institute Finland, Luke. And you see a map of Finland here, and here's also part of Europe, if you wish to see where Finland is. So Natural Resources Institute Finland is here, and they have also beef barn in here, and our farms are located like this. And if we are thinking about how what were the key aspects of finding partners, was that we were looking after innovative farmers who would be interested in testing and developing these guidelines. And if we think about the process behind choosing suitable partners, so we had a discussions with potential partners, and then we selected the most eager ones for this project. And the third question in this slide is, how was the cooperation and communication within and between partners managed? So we had discussions, we had meetings. After Corona time, we have online meetings, we changed emails, phone calls, and also instant messages were very important. For example, when the farmers were testing the guidelines, we were talking using WhatsApp and changing images, and also the farmers had a chance to, for example, contact researchers or veterinarians using phone during the farm tests. What about the challenges? What kind of challenges we faced during this project? We found out that the scientific data analysis were very labor intensive, and therefore our farm tests were mainly at the end of the third year. And some farms had at that situation difficulties finding time for testing the guidelines. And it was quite tricky, but luckily we had more farms to test the guidelines. So maybe in the future we could have had two projects. One project that is focusing on the scientific stuff, and the second project would be targeted towards farm test of the guidelines. And in addition, as we all know, Corona has prevented online live meetings. We met with our farmers online, but as we all know, it is not the same. And we would be really happy if we could have organized meetings where also other farmers could come and join and also test these thermal cameras and the guidelines in actual barns. But unfortunately, that was not an option during this spring. But maybe it gets easier. Let's hope so. And then looking back, as mentioned, the labor analyses were labor intensive. And if we could start all over again, we would also allocate more time on data analysis, because they are crucial when we are thinking about these practice-oriented and scientific guidelines, how to interpret the pictures. And in addition, the guidelines need more testing in real authentic farm environments. So that would be also one thing that we would like to continue with. And if you are interested in thermal imaging of cattle project, please check YouTube. You will find from there our video where we tell what was actually done in farms and also in research barns. And also from our website, you will find the abstracts and also the short notes about detecting milk fever and hoof health. And by using this code, you will get access to it. I want to thank you for your time, and please do not hesitate to contact me if I can help you or have a discussions of thermal imaging of cattle. Thank you.
Kiitos, Salla. And very nice presentation, very clear overview of the project you had. And it was nice to hear how the project came out from farmers' needs and interests. So it's, again, very nice example. And also it was nice to hear that farmers already tested the guidelines you created. So thank you. And now it's time to start with discussion. I see already in the chat there is some discussion going on, and it's really nice to see from the chat, especially from the last comments, that there was already networking is going on very well. There is already some matchmaking. So as I see Anastacia and Hardi, I see you found nice topics and hopefully subject to cooperate. So it's really nice to see that you are networking and starting hopefully some fruitful cooperation in future. And to start off with questions, I think I will start with a question to Hardi. And because there is like this kind of overall question and first of all comments that Hardi, you have an impressive lifetime of dairy cluster, and dairy cluster has reached to several projects and very nice example of living laboratory, so to say. And there is a question in the end, maybe you as a successful example, maybe you can give some suggestions to other, because there is like philosophical question to be or not to be. So we would really love some good suggestion from you, Hardi.
Hello, once more. Actually, I didn't get the point. What you was asking that whether I'm some kind of continue my talking how well things have been, or what kind of suggestions?
Maybe to others to have this kind of big group and community, how to create this kind of nice networking as you have, as you mentioned in your presentation. Does it need like strong leadership, or what would be like the recommendations to other this kind of clusters?
Yeah, from one hand, I think I'm not the only one. Definitely, the example is good, but I have suggested that the focusing is important. But in the same time, I think we heard a few sessions ago Roosi's presentation, who is running similar type of network and shows that this is not a single case, but more like another example of determination and some kind of logical way to go. One thing what I have done since the beginning is even we are using the measures which support often with a very high rate. I have introduced idea that what we do, this is not free of charge. It's very important, but you will tell to entrepreneurs that everything is free of charge. They don't take this seriously, this thing, what you are doing. And even the charge is mostly their time. This is important. And that's why I personally believe this focus and pre-analyzed materials that even on the best case, if the R&D group or scientific group has done some kind of job, and you're allowing them to present that to the meeting without knowing what's going on. What is their talking style? Is it understandable at all? You're taking high risk. If you earn the luxury that your members gather and you will waste their time. They don't come back, most likely, or many of them don't come back.
Okay, thank you.
So I think this is a high level of responsibility And I like I mentioned in my presentation, let's be pretty precise what I'm talking about. Is this measure supporting nice cooperation regionally, where its intention is just to have some things ongoing, very good, or we are really trying to push forward some kind of next level of innovation? And that needs different different attitudes. And in order to build up the network, like EDC has done, is first you have to succeed with your first things. Your own members, your own partners need to trust you, first thing. Other thing is, we have received also help from officials, because they arranged a call where the cross-border partnership was mandatory. Swim or die, yeah? When you're willing to get your funding, you have to find. This is a very good idea. You have to push this initiative a little bit. And we have found biosensors as a joint topic with Finnish group. This was really, really successful case that there was similar interests, very rare, but that helped a lot. And further on, I prefer that small countries are leaders. Otherwise, if you put aside, side to side, Estonia and Germany, for instance, or Estonia and Poland, what typically we'll see? Either Germany or either Poland, full stop. At the same time, as a leadership, the small nations may represent a flexible and forward-pushing attitude, and that helps actually merge or bring together different initiatives, including very big ones. And that is the way I'm representing. And I really would like to see that if we have been successful and several of our initiatives showing product development potential, then I have justification to address some kind of top-level research group or top-level companies. Would you like to join this kind of initiative? Otherwise, why somebody should waste their time for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Hardi. These were very good points. And as I mentioned there before, what I see also here, as you mentioned in your presentation, also strong leadership and the value of time. This is really important. So also this, and but that's very good. I hope everybody got some inspiration and ideas what to do. But now, as we mentioned, Hardi, you already had, you wrote a question in chat, but maybe you can ask directly and have some discussion on that topic to Anastacia.
Yes, Anastacia, a very interesting topic, but as I didn't got from your presentation understanding what you measure at all in terms of mastitis, as we measure specifically still use milk as a substance to start our analysis. Would be very interesting to hear what is the basic finding, as we have like 3 different presentations here, and one talk to IoT, other talk about temperature. So theoretically, you can use any kind of indication. Thank you.
Yeah, we use basically we use electromagnetic waves and low frequency waves. So this is the sound level up to 20 kilohertz. We scan each cow, so it doesn't matter where our sensor. Well, we put it. We put it already. We are using the collars that already mostly on the intensive farms. Yes, so when they go in robotics, we're in the numbers, and so we put the sensor here, and we measure them up to 20 kilohertz. We measure frequencies, low frequencies. Then we compare the data we get. We compare with the somatic cell counts monthly reports from farms. And so the data we get from the farm, we analyze with the artificial intelligence algorithm. So we compare this data with thematic cell counts and then see our accuracy, how far we went. Yes, and some colleagues, our colleagues from Finland, they mentioned looking back that the data gathering taking the time and treat like trips to farms. Actually, more trips to farms are needed. This is totally agree, because in laboratory this is one thing, and then when you are at the cow backside, this is another thing.
But you are not using information directly from milking robots analysis, which also analyzes either the density of the milk or the cell count from this.
Yes, we don't take, because like we were advised that information from milking robots is about 67% accuracy. So it's we are taking these lab results that are taken monthly. They are more we compare ourselves with these results as they have much more high accuracy.
But this is on that occasion you have delay of 30 days always, whatever you see.
No, we drive to the farm specifically one day before or after. So our results would be should be very similar.
How often in months you gather the data?
The data we can we are continuing to build the system, yes, but it actually we can set up it to once per hour, 2 times per day. It's totally adjustable, yes. But now to gather this data to analyze, we drive to this day, close to the date when these lab results are gathered.
Excellent.
Thank you, Anastacia. I already see that there is a nice discussion going on, and hopefully some early starts for the nice cooperation, hopefully, because as I see from Anastacia's presentation also that there was, you Googled your partners, as I remember there was a point of that. So now we already see that through this kind of networking, you already see new possible partners. And actually, Anastacia, you have now a question to Salla, as I see from the chat. So please feel free to ask it. But first of all, please, can you pronounce your company's name also? You're discussing, is it like Kauau? Or maybe you can express also that one, and then you can continue to question to Salla.
Yes, it's Kauau, yes, cow and wow, and yes, and one W we just removed from the middle to make it simple. Yeah, just to as we are like working in the similar field and very curious to know with and we are not scientists, yes, so maybe scientists understand, but me definitely not. With this technology, what type of information you can deliver to farmers as to mastitis, these diagnostics, and you should come to each cow with your equipment, or it can be I don't know, it can be hang over as a camera, and the cow goes and it scans one by one. How is it in real life? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for letting me be here. If I understood your question correctly, as you can see here, I have thermal camera on my background. So in this Kuvanauta project, we have these handheld thermal cameras, and then we measured the animals. So it is not automatic. And when we had discussions with our farmers, they said that also, this is very labor intensive. And so it cannot be done in big farms. And in the future, if we are using thermal cameras to detect illness of cattle, it should be automatic. But our project aim was to start this development And unfortunately, we didn't get to the automatic systems, but we are on our way to there. And in my presentation, I didn't mention that we also tested if mastitis or calving could be predicted with thermal images. And according to our results, unfortunately, it was not possible. So for example, in mastitis, the temperature ranges and the shifts and also the individual differences were so big that it wasn't possible to detect with thermal cameras, because the traditional California mastitis test was much better and also much more accurate than this system. Hopefully I understood the question.
Thank you. So to continue with this, I see that nice networking is going on and we have like a very similar interest in all the presenters. So maybe I will ask about the networking part also, maybe from Hardi again. Is there anything from today that do you see any possible networking option? Is there anything new for you and you have some new networking ideas already today?
The next thing is always coming close by occasionally. So, but it's very clear that in dairy farming, mastitis is among these first three issues which everybody is interested about. Question is, in real practice, which methodology gives more, or whether we can move on like combining several methodologies and find out of that some kind of cheapest for further away, because in the end of the day, we have to choose something which is reliable and enough cheap. So easy the life is. And most likely, like I said, innovation is unpredictable, and typically, if like three of us, at least two of us fail. Typically, three fail all. So that is just the life. And this kind of initiative actually can bring together new solutions, which help to grow further. And in terms of networking, where I see really value is if we are able to cooperate in this kind of field, we are also able to build up our national capability. What we learned working together with Finnish counterparts, although the sensors we have developed were different. At the same time, our research group helped one other problem to be solved. At the same time, Finnish group leader was part of one of our scientists' PhD degree. So step by step, we are building up. So it's, that's the way we can go, because all other things are far too theoretical to say at once.
Thank you, Hardi. Yes, I totally agree that if the research is done, it's better to share the knowledge. And as you mentioned, many tests or many projects even have failure there. And it's important to learn those failures and not to do the same failure, let's say, in other country, in Latvia and Finland at the same time or later even, because it will important to also share the maybe not so successful things sometimes. Then we don't have to repeat the mistake. But now we have a question from our studio. So please, Konstantin.
Actually, Salla
has raised. We have a question from Salla, yeah? Salla, can you maybe ask your question?
No, I just raised a hand, but you said it out loud that it is really important that we also say and tell about the things we have tried and also document them so the others won't do the same mistakes once again. So it helps our farmers much more.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Salla. Yeah, I totally agree. It's in this session today, we have livestock, but also it's in our role in science that it's really important. And as Hardi in his presentation also mentioned that sometimes the project, you must be ready that you pay for unsuccessful projects even. But we are always expected to have success. And also if we give out some reports or let's say publications, they always have to be like successful. But it will be actually, in my idea, sometimes it will be good to have, let's say, the journal of unsuccessful science, and then we can always read this and check what is not needed to be do, or at least we are maybe so stubborn that we challenge them and maybe we find another way. But at least we don't repeat the same thing, so maybe we find a new angle to approach. So really good points. But as I mentioned Hardi, you can comment. Nice to have discussion.
A rural network or an ape network can also gather, I don't know, either failures or like gather a book and make a book of mistakes what we have made. This is a very, very good thing, very practical thing. So you don't need to say that we have failed totally. Nobody would like to be failure. Like a failed person or failed group totally, but so we everybody do small mistake in daily basis.
Yeah, very good point. Actually, to name it failure would be maybe like too much, and nobody wants to be in this book, in this journal. But yeah, some mistakes or maybe to things to improve in future or something like that. If I just think about it at the moment. But yeah, very good point, because there is a lot of failure in science. Everybody knows that, but usually what comes out is only the good things, and the fancy side is tried to be highlighted. Yeah, catalog of good and bad practices would be nice. Great ideas. You see, nice discussion and good ideas here. But now I move to Konstantin's question, please.
Yeah, I have a technical question to Anastacia. In many European Union countries, actually, in the frame of EAP measure, the commercialization activities are not allowed. But here is the questions. You, as a company leader, do you feel a clear need to get some certain budget in the frame of this measure, especially for commercialization activities?
Yes, we just recently found a way, because we also cooperate with the European Innovation Institute, yes, and there is a program EIT Manufacturing, yes, and actually this year they supported us for commercialization activities. But of course, we are entrepreneurs, yes, so we are building this system potentially further to commercialize, to have a business, yes. So such activities like commercial, let's say, pilot tests, or we would like to have this opportunity, of course, to sell, to rent further this system in Latvia and outside of Latvia, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now as we are talking about already networking, and we have some ideas how to network our failures there. So maybe I know it's a bit a question, if you have the key to that question or like 100% it's correct answer, it will be easy. But maybe I will ask it from Salla from starting. So maybe you have some suggestions how to have more cooperation in your field. Maybe some good suggestions or from today.
Good suggestions in cooperation. I think one of the most important things is that we have time to innovate and we have time to have discussions. And in order to get into that mood, I think it's sad to say, but it's really important to meet face to face. But we when this world is like this, at this moment, it's not always possible. So maybe we could develop these net meetings and make it somehow more easier. And I think what has been a success and also a very nice thing that if we think about 3 or 4 years backwards, for example, farmers, they were really not that eager to participate, for example, in Zoom meetings or webinars or things like that. But when this Corona time came, they are now they see why it should be done. And I hope that in the future we will also continue in developing networking in online, but also when we meet with our farmers, then we should have this cost-effective time, and Hardi was talking about it. So if the farmers think that this is a waste of time, so they come once, and then they'll tell to their co-farmers that don't go there, it's just waste of time. So I hope that in the future we have we value more the time where we can actually meet people.
Yes, thank you, Salla. I totally agree. And as you mentioned, in some ways, this time that we have had for almost 2 years now, it has brought some new interesting ideas. Like, for example, yeah, they are more eager to participate in, let's say, fast information meetings. Sometimes it's really hard to catch them otherwise, even maybe the distances are sometimes relatively long. So it's maybe the positive side, but I totally agree that networking and discussion in live or face-to-face is much more effective. And actually, I don't want to talk about too much, but as we have this situation that we don't have so many face-to-face meetings, so maybe Hardi also, can you comment, has it had any effect to dairy cluster meetings, and how has been the work maybe organized in any different way during this time when we didn't have so many face-to-face meetings?
The best answer always is rehearse. Always make 3 times, whatever it is. Prepare. What my experience is, I have suggested already earlier that we could consider at least, because Estonia is not so big, but our members are from different points from Estonia, and waste of time driving together. At least 1 hour to meeting, at least 1 hour back. Others up to 3 hours one way. So very expensive time. And what I did, I have bought several, what is this?
Headphones, yeah?
Headphones, sent them, proposed, let's practice, let's try before the meeting, don't be shy. and surprisingly, the rate of presence jumped up. So I think that was good. From other hand, some of members who are somewhat lazy enjoy the fact that I have recorded the meetings afterwards. So you can listen and or watch the meeting afterwards also. Thing what I don't like is black faces. So this black screens. And I realized that sooner or later, as we always have this 20%, 80% share of audience, that 20% are either talkative and 80% are not talkative. So you will find yourself soon having a monologue with yourself and black screen. So I think this is a thing what we need to learn. All people to keep the videos in, and then you really feel that you are meeting people even from the distance. So I think that again, you need to show or share interesting materials. Otherwise, they will just leave the computer in your meeting.
Yes. Thank you, Hardi. Yeah, I totally agree with that comments, and especially with the meetings, that it's important to see the faces of people and to have them talking. Of course, it's again, if you have, like, for example, when I teach at university, it's like when you have too many, there is a problem with internet. We can see now also how many different screens we have. But of course, if we would all join with a video and voice, it would be overloaded. So it's, again, pros and cons, as you also mentioned, very good. So I think we have answered all the questions here in the chat at the moment. There was nice comments in different aspects, and it's really nice to see that hopefully all the presenters had very similar field of and maybe some new ideas for cooperations, and nice idea to talk about more about let's say failures or maybe not so successful things. So to wrap up our discussion, I will ask from each presenter, starting again with Hardi, some maybe I think most of you, I don't know if you had a full day, but at least in this session, some take-home messages. Of course, Hardi already had very good points already that we have all highlighted, but maybe some small take-home message, starting with Hardi.
Let me see. I guess the communication is one of the words I would highlight from this meeting, and like I proposed in chat earlier, I think this should be left to, for instance, to Rural Network to do this communication part in order to make this professionally, gather this experience and really succeed. Because again, this is again a point where I don't believe that I'm this rare example who can do everything well. So I rather believe that I fail with communication, for instance, and be effective in administration. So we need to do that. We need to, in proper form, in right amount, use these modern tools like a farming house, short videos, short audios, where to send which link on which time, why, how the wording should be. All these things are immensely important. Otherwise, a lot of the work that we do in networking or scientists or farmers will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hardi. Very good point. Actually, this is something that we ran out of time a bit in the discussion where we started to talk about social media and different platforms. So really good that you highlighted this also in this session. So I can also make a point of that again, that the social media role is definitely very important, especially in networking and cooperation. And if I understand you correctly, so to have professional feet there, so to have really some professionals there, not to trust your own, maybe just everybody thinks maybe that I know this and this, but there is definitely professionals who know how to get noticed in social media, what kind of content in different platforms is needed, so to really use the professional in this field.
And they should understand the field itself. I think one of my entrepreneurs said politely, definitely on this wording, but the message was, don't bring me here some kind of fool. Don't.
Okay, very good. Yeah. So yeah, to understand that what you're doing. So very good. Thank you, Hardi. Now we'll move to Anastacia. You have some maybe final marks.
It's also, I agree totally that with Hardi that it's communication. It's I think it's even the first place, and the second could be like professional experience and so on. So it's even now it's very important to find this time to drive to scientists, to our partners, to farmers, and to buy, I don't know, a cake, champagne, to celebrate some small achievements, to discuss things. And so by this we could build much more, not a so official partnership, but very human partnership.
Thank you, Anastacia. That's a really great point. I think I also mentioned it earlier, and it was very nice to hear it from one of my project partners, actually, that he mentioned that successful cooperation with in this case it was scientist and the company, is not always only the information that has to be quality, top quality, but also it always comes to the level of people, and you have to have the, let's say, chemistry, and also you have to, this kind of small things, as you mentioned, like celebrating some successful projects, these are always actually very important, and this builds a relationship that can last longer. So we are all humans overall, and it's really important to have relationships in a positive way. And the final take-home message, Salla, from you maybe.
Thank you. You asked for one and you got two. First one is that if you are interested in using thermal cameras to see if your cows are okay, please read the instructions, because then you don't have to do the mistakes that we did before we started. And the second one is that the communication is really important, and I totally agree with the discussion we had about social media. But I would like to address that the communication with farmers is essential. We need to know what are their needs and what are their interests if we are thinking about what kind of innovation we should develop and what is the next step that we should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Salla. I think that's really important things that you mentioned. Maybe the first point that you mentioned is also important in full life, that always read the manual, but as we know, actually it works opposite. You read the manual when you already have the problems in real life also. But good point, especially when you have a more complicated tool in your hand, and reading the manual would be wise. And also the other point, to have more communication between different parties, and so it's really nice to have this kind of discussion here also. And I think we are ready to wrap up and have the look at the drawing, because we haven't seen yet the drawing of last three presentations. And of course, then we look at the full drawing also. So let's see the first drawing of last three presentations. We had first Hardi Tamm, very nice presentations with many strong points. You can see the nice picture of here, Hardi, and different problems that was highlighted, like mastitis, and as we mentioned, the dairy cluster has different projects, many different projects. And as we wrap up, the challenge, you always have the risk that maybe your project will not be successful. So now to Cow Wow project, we have collars for cows and remote mastitis diagnosis. And we can see here that the farmer is using the tools of nowadays, the computer, to have fast analysis of different problems in farm. And to move on to Salla's presentation, we are here see again the thermal cameras that we mentioned, and farmers that has to be innovative and go on with the innovation. And of course, we see here the small corona also that maybe was causing a bit of problems in our projects. And now we have the full view of today's presentations. We will, of course, have later this video available. Everybody can see it in different speed. In YouTube, for example, you can choose what speed you write, and you can go through to the presentation using these drawings again. And in the top of the corner, we will see a nice ponies that I was asked to mention, because as everybody got also the presentation background, and there was a nice picture of ponies, some apple trees, some nice garden. So maybe you had question why there is 3 ponies in this picture, and the answer is that the smallest pony there was actually 1 day old, as I was told. And it's a nice picture where you have 3 different generations in one picture. So it's like the part of networking also is that different generations will be together and share the knowledge and communicate. So that's why we have nice ponies, and of course the blossoming apple trees and nice green landscape. This is something that goes together with the rural network always. So from my opinion, it was very nice presentation background. I hope you liked it also. And now, before we start to we finish with closing remarks from Konstantin. Before I will give word to that, and then I will wrap up our today's nice meeting. But first of all, Konstantin, please.
Thank you, Rain. What I can say personally, I was extremely happy to see the full event, but especially the last Kauavik crazy session, where all the presenters are, how to say, in the same battle, on the same way. They're communicating easily, they easily understand each other. There is a lot of, how to say, interconnections between them. That actually is the main purpose of that kind of event that we organize today. The first of all, networking event. And I would look actually to thank you all the participants, of course, firstly. Secondly, many thanks to all presenters. Despite the COVID situation in our countries, despite the hot summer period and the summer holidays, you all were still online with us and communicating with us, answering our questions. So thank you very much. And last one, of course, our colleagues from Nordic Baltic National Rural Networks. You, how to say, I'm sure again, and I know exactly that you are extremely valuable and good partners. Concerning, not coming back to that event, actually, the idea to organize that kind of networking event, which is how to represent the participants from Nordic Baltic regions, we have discussed among our Nordic Baltic National Rural Network colleagues for 3 or even 4 years. The 4 years 4 years ago, there were were set the first EIP Agri operational groups, but how to say, they did not finish their activities, so it was a little bit early. How to say, the 1 year ago, it's a little bit early, a little bit late for the physical meetings, but this year we decided to start with this kind of event, and hopefully it's not the last one. I strongly believe that it's the first one from the long series of similar events. And from that point of view, I'd like to mention that in the few coming days, we will send email to all the participants with the necessary web links where you can find the event video, whole video, separated small videos of each presentation. We will attach definitely Q&A session summary. So what I mean is questions raised during the workshop and the answers get from them, from the presenters. And of course, we will send you a very short feedback form. Your feedback is very necessary actually for us. We need to know how to move forward this year or next year or 3 years later. Please be active and answering. Why not with the extremely crazy ideas, but as Hardi have been proposed unsuccessful stories of potential innovators or something like that. So this is it, I think. It was a very beautiful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Konstantin. And from my side also, first of all, I would like to thank inviting me here. It was really nice to meet you through the screen mostly. I hope in near future we will meet in person also, because I'm in the same field, at least in some sessions. And I would like to thank everybody in the studio. We have Konstantin, Ainika, Hanna there, and Erik, of course, And I think you will more or less see, you don't see, but we have a lot of equipment here. So it's really it was really challenging to have all you together in one place to have this networking and a lot of technical stuff. So thanks to all the team. I hope we will see from the feedback. It's really important to give us feedback. I hope we succeeded, and it was nice to follow us. I see there are some feedback already in the chat. I saw that there is a comment that no jokes were in the drawing, unfortunately, but don't worry. As I mentioned, I have last joke, the best one for the last. As I don't know, at least in Estonia, the weather is very rainy. So, and my name is, in coincidence, also rain. So the joke is, or the question for you, why doesn't the mother kangaroos like rain? Not me, but overall rain. And the answer is that because then the kids have to play inside. And think about that. If you don't find it funny, I'm sure your kids will find it funny. So this is it. That was the last cheesy joke of the day. Thank again from my side. The last thing to say from me is aitäh, kiitos, paldies, and bedankt. Thank you.